She's one of the most beloved cooks in the country, Ina Garten, known as the Barefoot Contessa. Her cookbooks have sold more than 7 million copies. Her weekly television show has run for 2 decades, earned 7 Emmys, 3 James Beard Awards, and millions of devoted fans who tune in as much for the cooking lesson as the cocktail party that typically follows. So we were surprised to see that Ina Garten isn't quite as freewheeling as you might think. As remarkable as her culinary chops may be, Ina Garten's success hinges on hard work, shrewd business sense, and leaving nothing to chance.
This is just a great weeknight meal. It's so easy to do. You do the first stage, have yourself a glass of wine, do the second stage, and dinner's ready.
Whether she's whipping up one of her signature chicken dishes, slinging Cosmos for her real-life friends, or scooping ice cream, Ina Garten is a calming presence in the kitchen, taking the mystery out of cooking.
Now, how easy is that?
She's built a culinary empire by making it all look effortless.
I know people don't believe this, but I'm really a nervous cook, and I'm sure every recipe is going to turn out wrong. So I'm incredibly precise.
Even now?
Even now. I'm there with a cookbook going, is it a half a teaspoon or a whole teaspoon?
Are you really?
I follow my own recipes exactly, because I've spent so much time getting the balance of flavors and textures and everything right. I'm really not a confident cook.
I would think that you were like, swigging wine and tossing an herb.
Let's keep that image going. How's that? So this is my commute to work.
Oh, awful for you.
I know.
At 74, the image of Ina Garten with her denim shirt, chic scarves, and signature bob is as reliable as the tried and true recipes she's built her reputation on. Those recipes are a roadmap for home cooks from a home cook.
People like Bobby Flay worked in restaurant kitchens all his life, and he can just throw things together. I've watched him. He's such a brilliant cook. Yeah. I'm not that person. I didn't have that experience.
When you say you're testing yourself at first, and how many times do you have to make something before you get it right?
Sometimes 10 times, sometimes 25 times.
Really?
And then I'll print out a page and give it to one of my assistants and watch them make it. And it so surprises me what people do. I was making lentil salad, warm French lentils, and she was putting in garlic in it. I said, what are you doing? And she said, well, it said cloves of garlic in it. And I was like, no, it's cloves, not cloves of garlic. And I thought, I never would have made that mistake, but somebody else at home is going to make that mistake. So I just want you to feel like I'm right there beside you, just kind of guiding you through the recipe. So this is the secret garden.
Oh, don't tell anybody about it.
Garten has been guiding viewers from her home in East Hampton, New York for 20 years.
I love these tomatoes.
Do you really do the gardening?
Well, I point.
So yes.
Yes.
It may seem like she grew out of the rich Long Island soil. She did not. Born in Brooklyn, New York, Ina Rosenberg grew up in Stamford, Connecticut. Her dad was a doctor, her mom a dietitian. As a teenager, she was instructed to stay out of the kitchen and excel in school. She did both. She met her future husband, Jeffrey Garten, while she was 16 years old, and 4 years later, they were married. Jeffrey, a lieutenant in the 82nd Airborne, later took her backpacking through France. She came home with an ambitious mission.
So I got Julia Child's Mastering the Art of French Cooking, and I just worked my way through those books, which were very complicated recipes. I mean, there were ingredients in each recipe that was another recipe in itself. Right. And I loved that challenge.
You never went to cooking school?
Never went to cooking school.
Was Julia Child's book your cooking school?
Julia Child was my cooking school, yeah. Exactly.
Her actual degree was in economics. At 26, she had a job at the White House, analyzing nuclear energy policy for the Ford administration. Jeffrey worked around the corner at the State Department. Each weekend, Ina says, they devote their time to less bureaucratic pursuits, like making a great dinner party look simple.
To this day, I follow this. I never made something for a dinner party I hadn't made several times. So on Monday, I would make the roast leg of lamb with tomatoes with duxelles, which are finely minced mushrooms, for Jeffrey for dinner.
Lucky man.
And then I'd make it again on Wednesday. And then by Saturday, I knew how to make it. And the poor guy would go, oh, this is delicious. What is this?
After 1,000 dinner parties and 2 administrations, at 30 years old, Ina had burned out of life inside the Beltway. In 1978, she saw this ad in the back of the New York Times for a 400-square-foot specialty food store in West Hampton, New York called the Barefoot Contessa.
But you had never been to the Hamptons.
I'd never
You didn't
been.
know anything about running a store.
I knew how to make 12 brownies for my friends, but I certainly didn't know how to make 100 brownies. I didn't even know how to cash out the register or slice smoked salmon to me, brie was like a foreign language.
Yeah. So was it confidence that allowed you to do that, or was it that you were being naive?
I have a very low threshold of boredom, and I was really bored with my job. And I just thought, this is really exciting. This is what I do for fun, and now I can do it professionally. And so I just thought, I'm just going to jump in, thinking, well, how hard could this be? Oh, my God.
It was really hard. The Gartens say they double mortgaged their house. Ina told us she was working 20 hours a day to keep up with the crowds who came to gawk at the goods and load up on lobster salad. Soon, she opened a bigger shop in East Hampton.
It's very deliberate. I was always doing research. It looked like I was just having a good time with, wandering around having a party, but it was all careful and deliberate.
A calculating businesswoman, Ina Garten elevated the food scene and soon had finicky Hampton's clientele falling over themselves to have the Barefoot Contessa cater their weddings or Thanksgiving.
And every year we would pack up the orders Wednesday night so people could come in Thursday morning. And I would use the van out next to the store as a refrigerator. And one year, it was like 33 degrees when I was going home, and I thought, nobody wants a frozen Thanksgiving dinner. So I drove the van home, and I set my alarm for every single hour all night to turn the heat on for a few minutes and then go back to sleep.
To keep the turkeys
warm.
warm.
To keep the turkeys. Well, the turkeys we roasted in the morning, but like the vegetables and the sides and all that stuff.
After 18 years, Garten decided to sell the Barefoot Contessa in 1996.
So, 1 minute I'm making 1,000 baguettes, and the next minute I have nothing to do.
How was that?
It was horrible. And I thought, I'm 50. Maybe that's the end of my career.
Hardly. The lull lasted 9 months before Garten started writing the Barefoot Contessa cookbook, the first of 13 cookbooks, 9 of which became New York Times bestsellers, crushing big-name chefs by remembering the lessons learned at her specialty food shop.
I realized later what I knew was what people wanted to eat at home, which was roast chicken and roast carrots and chocolate cake and coconut cupcakes and things that I knew from the store people bought and took home.
You weren't trying to say, here's everything I know. You were saying, here's what you need to know.
Yeah, here's what will make you happy at home.
Her latest cookbook, Go-To Dinners, was inspired by the pandemic. And again, Ina is in every detail.
One of the things about the book that is not by accident is that you can put it on the counter and it doesn't flop shut.
I'm so glad you noticed that.
Early on, Garten sought out a printer in Japan so her cookbooks would lie flat and wouldn't close while cooking. She designed them to have white space for notes and pictures as guides. Simplicity is a non-negotiable.
Do you ever throw something out because it's too difficult to make?
Absolutely. If I get to a point in a recipe and I go, I'm never going to make this recipe again, everything goes in the trash. And if you're exhausted by the time you finish that, it's not good for the party.
So you're thinking about the party above all things?
I'm always thinking about the party.
The party got real big real fast after Ina was invited to be on Martha Stewart's show. An outtake caught the eye of a Food Network executive.
She said that I was making something and I took a spoonful of it and tasted it and go, this is really good. and the Martha Stewart crew said, cut, you can't talk with your mouth full. And I was like, why? It's a cooking show.
Garten told network executives she didn't want a show, but eventually gave in with a caveat. Instead of an adoring studio audience, she insisted on a more intimate affair in her kitchen. She directed the cameras to come closer, so it felt like a dinner party.
One of the things I'm fascinated by is that there are a lot of people who watch your show who don't cook. What do you think the appeal is? Why are they watching you cook?
I think there was a time when Mom was in the kitchen cooking for us, and I think people feel like they're just hanging out with me and I'm cooking for them.
Mm-hmm. When you're cooking, it's not about look at me.
Oh, it's never about look at me. I'm like, don't look at me. I'm I'm just the opposite. It's funny. I have a friend who said everybody else is like, look at me. I'm, pay attention to me. And I'm like, well, this is what I do. You can do whatever the you want to do. And I'm just having fun here. Yeah.
The fun came to a screeching halt for Ina and everyone else during the pandemic. Unable to film her show or cook for her friends, Garten turned to Instagram, offering practical advice to home cooks.
It's really important to keep traditions alive.
And stirring up some fun.
You never know who's going to stop by. Wait a minute, nobody's stopping by.
2 cups of vodka and more than 3 million views later.
Delicious.
With the lockdown over, we wanted to make sure Ina didn't have to drink alone.
If you do this, Jeffrey arrives.
Hi, sweetie. Hi. You know Sharon, right?
I know Sharon. Hi, Sharon.
So we made a red grapefruit paloma for you.
Wow.
How's that?
Mr. Garten had a successful career on Wall Street and served as the dean of Yale's business school. But millions of viewers know him simply as Jeffrey.
Ina has called you her muse before. What is she to you?
Well, she's the center of my life. Oh. She's actually the font of enormous amount of fun. And she is the center of a home. That's what she is to me.
Thank you. That's not bad.
The couple's been married for more than 50 years.
Is this a typical day at the house?
Oh, yeah, we have cocktails all the time.
A couple of times a day.
And that's the secret to a happy marriage.
Exactly right.
Just delicious.
Thank you.
The next morning, we went looking for carbs. But in the Hamptons, the corner shop doesn't sell donuts.
This is Carissa's.
So cute.
Isn't it wonderful?
Garten took us to her favorite local bakery for a taste of the good life.
What is it that you love about this spot?
Well, first I love Carissa's because it's 2 local women, and the 2 of them have built this extraordinary place with great quality food. They use local ingredients on almost everything, and they're here every day, and it just feels like what I used to do. Feels like coming home. Oh, look how fabulous that is.
Oh,
wow.
man, that is fancy potato. This is just what I would typically have for breakfast.
Exactly.
This is all lovely, but the bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich is like $20. A lobster roll's $38.
But first of all, it's organic, it's local, and things are expensive here. But it's not just a piece of white bread, it's a roll that Carissa made. One of the luxuries of being here is that you can make a really good quality product.
Garten's life isn't all French pastries and rose-colored cocktails, but we thought it's pretty dang close. She may still be a nervous cook, but Ina Garten has nailed the recipe for a good life.
I want to do what I love doing, and I want to do it really well. Yeah. And then I want to have a life.
Joya sold French food, right? Martha sold perfection. You're slinging fun.
Well, I just think if you're not having fun, what's the point, really?
If someone asked you to name a product that was first made 2,000 years ago, still looks and works as it always has, and still plays a vital role in global commerce, would you be stumped? It turns out the answer is the simple wooden barrel. Almost always made of oak, barrels have a long and fascinating history. First built and used by the Celts and Romans, they have held nearly every commodity over the centuries. Metal and plastic and cardboard long ago eclipsed barrels for the shipment of most items, but when it comes to wine and whiskey, especially bourbon whiskey, the oak barrel still reigns, not just as a container, but for the magic that the wood gives the whiskey.
We were speaking with someone, and they called a whiskey barrel a breathing time machine.
I love that.
Brad Boswell is the CEO of Independent Stave, the largest maker of wooden barrels in the world. Brad's great-grandfather founded the company in 1912 in Missouri. It now has operations worldwide. We met him in Kentucky.
Most of our barrels would have a useful life of 50-plus years.
50-plus years.
50-plus years, yeah. Like, I'll go to different places and look at barrels at distilleries or wineries around the world, and I can see barrels that my grandfather made, in the 1960s. I still see them.
A barrel begins as a log from a white oak tree, fed into what's known as a stave mill, where it's cut into ever smaller pieces, staves, which are then arranged in huge Jenga-style stacks and seasoned outdoors for 3 to 6 months before heading to a nearby cooperage where the barrels are built.
There's no nails will go here, no glue.
Brad Boswell's newest cooperage produces thousands of barrels every day.
How many of these go into a typical barrel? Typically between 28 and 32 staves per barrel.
After a barrel is raised, mostly by hand, it travels through a host of other steps and checks to make it ready to begin its life, including being toasted and then charred on the inside.
Most of the barrels we make today are bespoke. We know exactly who this barrel is going to, which distillery.
How about that?
The demand for such a huge volume of barrels can be attributed mainly to one thing: bourbon.
President Franklin Roosevelt in the 30s became more specific about what bourbon and whiskey should be. And at that time, he said, bourbon should be in new charred oak barrels.
So if it's not in one of these barrels, it's not bourbon.
That's correct. Bourbon has to be aged in a new charred oak container.
That rule, plus booming consumer demand for bourbon starting in the early 2000s, has been very good for the barrel business. 3.2 million new barrels were filled with whiskey last year in Kentucky alone, and more than 14 million full barrels are aging in the state in massive warehouses known as rick houses.
How many barrels are in this rick house?
23,500 on 6 floors.
Dan Calloway is the master blender for Bardstown Bourbon, a young but fast-growing Kentucky distillery.
To make a great whiskey, you have to start with a great distillate, a clear spirit, but then the magic comes from the barrel. The fact that it's new charred oak, it's just incredible.
So the barrel is crucial to your product.
Absolutely. Depending who you talk to, some would say 50% of the flavor, maybe up to 70, 80% of the characters derive from that barrel.
The rest of the flavor comes from what's known as the mash bill. Grains like corn and wheat and rye that are mixed with water and fermented with yeast. Despite bourbon having recently been threatened or hit with tariffs by other countries in retaliation for President Trump's tariffs, Bardstown's huge distillery is still producing enough new whiskey to fill more than 5,000 barrels a week.
You take the clear liquid, which is basically what people call moonshine, goes through this process and comes out as this beautiful brown, tasty liquid here. How does that happen?
Yeah, so I always compare it to a seesaw, okay? So when it comes off the still, moonshine, like you said, it's a seesaw that's out of balance. But every year that goes by of the barrel aging, the seesaw comes into balance. And what the barrel is bringing is caramel, vanilla, baking spice, and all this rich, beautiful color.
How can solid oak produce all those flavors and spices? Back where the barrels are built, Brad Boswell gave us a vivid lesson with a barrel that had just been toasted, a process that brings sugars in the wood to the surface.
Smell that, smell them. I mean,
That does smell delicious.
it's incredible.
It really does. It's amazing.
There's a reason why people still use oak barrels 2,000 years later.
So when I'm sipping the bourbon, I'm sipping this barrel.
That's right, absolutely.
After toasting, we and the barrels moved to the visually stunning char oven.
So we'll see this barrel coming through right here.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, so actually the inside of the barrel is on fire.
So you just light the barrel on fire.
Yep, we light the barrel on fire. And that teases out more and more of the flavors. And we call that an alligator char, because the inside of the barrel actually looks like kind of an alligator's back. And you can see.
We could see that blistering inside a newly charred barrel pulled off the line.
I mean, people, expect this to smell like a campfire. It smells more like a confectionery product.
It does. I can smell the caramel and the vanilla.
Yeah.
What that barrel can give to the whiskey is evident in these glasses.
So this is the same exact distillate that came off the still at the exact same time. went into a barrel 4 years later, and this we just kept in a glass bottle.
It's also apparent in the taste. First, the white lightning.
Wow, that gives a punch.
Yes, it does. It does.
And then the barrel-aged bourbon.
Oh, big difference.
Huge difference.
Smooth.
Oh, it's smooth.
Some of that smooth comes from temperature swings in the rickhouses, according to Bardstown Bourbon's Dan Calloway.
We want those swings. When it gets really hot, things expand, lets the liquid in. When it gets cold, it contracts. And it's that natural progression of in, out that ages the bourbon so beautifully as the liquid interacts with the wood.
As those barrels are aging whiskey for 4, 5, or 6 years, some savvy investors have figured out there's money to be made.
Whiskey is an interesting asset in the sense that as it ages, it becomes more valuable.
Chris Heller is co-founder of California-based Cordillera Investment Partners.
So explain to me how this works. You go up to a distiller and say, I want to buy those barrels filled with what will eventually become bourbon.
So that is exactly right.
Heller and his partners buy thousands of newly filled barrels from distillers, pay to store them as the whiskey ages, then sell them to craft bourbon brands.
What are your starting costs?
Somewhere in the $600 to $1,000 range is sort of the price of what's called a new fill barrel of whiskey.
At the end, what do you sell it for?
It can be anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000 by the end.
That's a pretty good return on your investment.
We really find it an interesting and compelling investment area.
Nice way to say it, huh?
Whoever makes it, owns it, or ages it, when bourbon is emptied from a barrel after 5 or 6 years, that barrel's life is just beginning, and it's likely to travel the world.
It's really interesting that when the bourbon barrel is freshly dumped, there's still around 2 gallons of actually bourbon trapped in that wood.
That is just seeped into the wood.
Seeped into the wood. So then a lot of the secondary users actually look forward to putting their product into the barrel again for 4, 6, 10, a lot of scotches, 12 years, 18 years.
And it can pick up that American bourbon taste.
Absolutely, then it pulls out that sweet bourbon.
That sweet taste in the wood makes used bourbon barrels very hot commodities.
We really view our role in the industry as moving as many barrels from the original source to the next stopping point as fast as possible.
Jess and Ben Losky own Midwest Barrels. Their Kentucky warehouse is stacked to the rafters with empty barrels.
So we're the next stop for the second use of that barrel. So in Kentucky here, we bring in barrels from all the major distilleries and then send them back out.
These barrels would be shipped out and then refilled with something else.
Correct, yeah. So the idea is to get these barrels in here and out of here as quickly as possible. So we'll turn over this entire warehouse every 2 to 3 weeks. Probably 70 to 80% of our business is overseas.
It started as a hobby. While Ben was finishing his PhD in Nebraska, he began buying barrels and selling them to local craft breweries.
You said that a few barrels were a big order in the beginning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's a big order today?
10,000.
10,000.
Yeah. India and China and Scotland and Ireland are by far our 4 biggest markets.
The Kentucky Distillers Association says that the state exported more than $300 million worth of used barrels last year, just to Scotland, where they'll be used to age Scotch whiskey for up to 40 years.
Could you just tick off for me the different spirits that these barrels will hold?
They start with bourbon, Tennessee whiskey, Scotch whiskey, tequila, rum, Pisco made in Peru, Cachaça made in Brazil will use these barrels.
Beer.
Beer uses them. These barrels for sure end up in China. A lot of these barrels end up in Japan. It's everywhere.
Beautiful.
Now, master blenders like Bardstown's Dan Calloway
This will be cast strength, direct from the barrel.
are bringing barrels back to Kentucky to do special finishes for their whiskeys.
So this is the first of its kind. It is an American whiskey finished in Indian whiskey barrels, okay? Indian whiskey is traditionally aged in a bourbon barrel. So the physical barrel has left Kentucky, gone to Bangalore, filled with a barley, and then sent back here.
Callaway finished this whiskey in those barrels for 17 months.
My God, that's good.
Yeah.
Dan Callaway's newest creation, called Cathedral, may be his most miraculous yet.
We sourced wood in the Loire Valley, the Bercé Forest, and this lot in the forest was selected to repair Notre Dame after the fires. So most of the wood went there. We were fortunate to obtain 6 barrels made from that wood. And we picked our best stocks of Kentucky bourbon up to 19 years old, filled the barrels. They aged for 14 months.
You know how wild that is?
Yeah.
That the beams that restored Notre Dame come from the same forest as your casks.
The same lot.
Now that's a story to tell.
Absolutely.
And a whiskey to taste.
Ah, it's nice.
Over the years, we've done stories on all sorts of people. But to our knowledge, we have never done one on a late middle-aged man who dresses in biker gear with visible tattoos and sterling silver skull rings. And certainly not one who also happens to be fluent in French and advanced mathematics. No, Peter Marino is one of a kind. If you follow the worlds of art, architecture, and high fashion, you probably know he is a serious player in all of them. A tastemaker for some of the richest, most sophisticated people in the world, many of whom would agree Marino's appearance is actually one of the least interesting things about him.
At first glance, you might mistake him for the bouncer at a leather bar, a professional wrestler, or the frontman for a Village People tribute band. But here in Paris, at a reception for the Biennale, one of the oldest art and antique fairs in the world,
Hi, how are you? Madame Rizzo.
Peter Marino is instantly recognized.
I'm a big fan of food. Oh, thank you, madam.
And actively courted by people you might think would run the other way.
Master.
But behind the threatening, keep-your-distance facade,
Monsieur, venez expliquer tout.
is an amusing, ironic, highly accomplished artist and businessman with a sensitive soul. His talents are demonstrated in the beauty and breadth of his design work and architecture, and contradict his carefully considered public image of a beast on a motorcycle.
People make first judgments about people based on their appearance. There's an old saying, the clothes make the man.
How about the older statement, don't judge a book by its cover?
But you want people to judge you by this look. This is your look.
Absolutely not. It's a decoy.
A decoy?
Sure. Would you think you're talking to a bright architect looking at a guy like me?
You still know calculus and trig and all of that stuff?
Had to get my license, and you got to keep your license up to date. You have to take 18 credits a year. That's the hardest part. You got to keep taking courses. Dude, they don't let you forget it. Yeah.
The arts and fashion worlds have always had a high tolerance for eccentricity. Take Tom Wolfe in his white suits, Karl Lagerfeld's dark glasses and fingerless gloves, and Lady Gaga.
On your left eye.
There is no question that Marino's signature look has made him one of a handful of living architects actually recognized by the media.
One of your good friends said that you like the shock value. Like you like the fact that people say, what's with him?
I like more the fact that I like to think out of the box. Thinking out of the box goes along with dressing out of the box and living out of the box. If you want to come up with a really original design idea and you want to capture a whole new design direction, perhaps the best way to arrive at that is not by acting and thinking and doing like everybody else. That's all.
If the getup was simply a publicity gimmick, Marino would have disappeared decades ago. his work would not be regularly featured in Architectural Digest and other glossy magazines. And the firm that bears his name would not be occupying 2 floors and 16,000 square feet of some of the most expensive office space in New York, which is furnished with museum-quality artwork, all from Marino's private collection. Paintings and sculpture, modern art and antiquities, all juxtaposed in perfect harmony.
This is quite a room. Quite a reception area. What is this piece?
This is 2003 Anselm Kiefer.
And this?
This is Gandharan, 3rd century AD.
Gandharan?
Yeah, it's from Gandhara, and it's the region just on the Silk Road where the Chinese culture and the Indian culture just met with the Greek culture. So you see
Art is at the center of Marino's universe, and his knowledge of it is encyclopedic. He not only collects it, he curates it and commissions it for his projects. It covers nearly every inch of wall space and is here, he says, not to impress his clients, but to inspire the staff of 150 designers and architects with whom he turns out between 50 and 100 projects a year.
Design-wise, I look at everything. If I don't personally design it, I'll review it. I'm the kind of creative director of the firm.
You're a bit of a control freak.
You'd have to ask the staff for that.
Bordering on the tyrannical.
You'd have to confirm that with the staff.
Do you see yourself as a tyrannical boss?
No, I only care about the work, and I am not tyrannical personally in any way, shape, or form, but I am absolutely passionate about the quality of the work.
And so are the clients that can afford him, who mostly come from the world's wealthiest 1/100th of 1%, encompassing the glitterati and the emirati.
This is a residential project we're building on the top of Los Angeles. It's a large site assembled from over 7 homes, and this is in construction.
And what is this structure?
This is for the subterranean parking.
And this is a private home?
This is a private home. It's
And can you tell us anything about the owner?
No.
It's Marino's default answer. He won't comment about his clients, which have reportedly included the likes of multi-billionaires David Geffen and David Koch, as well as Gisele Bündchen and Tom Brady. This home in Milan, we're told, was done for Giorgio Armani.
I like my clients. All of my clients say, Peter, you're talented, but your best virtue is your discretion. They really don't want to be talked about.
This Hamptons beach house was designed for a young hedge fund manager and his wife, and this ski chalet in Lebanon with ocean views for a Swiss banker. But for every private client Marino won't speak about, somewhere in the world he is unveiling a project that is the talk of the town. Like Boon the Shop, a multi-brand luxury shopping center that takes up 2 downtown blocks in Seoul, South Korea. No expense was spared.
It's all white Greek marble. These are trapezoids, like they fell to space. It's an interesting building because the entire inside is rough concrete.
He says it was built for the family that controls Samsung.
It's fair to say you work with some of the richest people in the world, right?
Yes.
Did they need to be treated a different way?
If they need to be treated a different way, no one's told me. I remember when I was meeting certain royal families, if I had to behave a certain way, like, you better tell me what I'm supposed to say and do. They went, the way you look, it doesn't really matter, just be yourself. And I went, okay.
Those partnerships can produce some unusual optics. We watched this meeting with Sidney Toledano, the CEO of Christian Dior, who is one of Marino's biggest clients and biggest fans. They have collaborated on dozens of Dior boutiques all over the world. Toledano is used to working with big egos and difficult people, but says Marino is not one of them.
I never had the impression that it was complicated because he always finds a solution, and he's very professional.
How important is it to your business? Or how important has he been to your business?
He has been key. Don't tell him.
He understands Dior.
He understands Dior.
Toledano sees Marino's look as an artistic presentation of his personality. He doesn't even mind the fact that Marino also works for most of his competitors.
This is a new building we'll be building for Chanel.
So you've got Chanel up here, you've got
Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton. Who else?
Dior, Hublot, Zegna. We do Zegna worldwide. We do Bulgari. We're opening a new one in London in December. Fendi, if you just saw the Fendi on 57th and Madison.
For decades, Marino has been the architect of choice for nearly all of the top fashion designers and luxury brands, and is widely credited with reimagining the use of retail space, moving away from boxy department stores and into elegant boutiques. His work lines the most conspicuous avenues and boulevards of the world. It's a third of his business. Every store is unique, and each one distills the essence and the look of the company it was built for. A sense of travel and luxury for Louis Vuitton, the timeless classic look for Chanel.
How did you get them to all come to you?
It's the old question, you say, why do they all go to you? Steve, would you go to a knee doctor who had done 2 knee operations if you need an operation, or one who had done 300 successfully? Who would you go to? That's why they come to me.
Marino's work ethic and personality are rooted in Queens, the New York neighborhood where he was born 67 years ago, the only son in a middle-class Italian family. In high school, he excelled in art and graduated from Cornell University in 1971 with a degree in architecture. He learned the trade from the very best, serving apprenticeships with I.M. Pei in Skidmore, Owings, and Merrill. But he picked up the ways of the wealthy and the value of celebrity from another master, artist Andy Warhol, who always considered business one of the finer forms of art.
He certainly knew how to get attention.
The blonde wig. Dude, that was so good. The blonde wig, it's pretty hard to beat.
Marino did some early work for Warhol and hung out at his New York studio called The Factory, which was a magnet for music and movie stars, socialites, and royalty. Bob Colacello was the editor of Warhol's Interview magazine when Marino first walked through the door.
And what was he like?
He had little bow ties, and he was very properly dressed. You know, when he was funny, he was talented. You could see that right away.
Colacello, now a contributing editor at Vanity Fair magazine, and Isabel Rattazzi, a former model and longtime friend of Marino, think he has changed very little from those ironic factory days of Campbell soup cans and pop art parodies of fame.
Peter fed right into that. I mean, we were all on the same sort of wavelength, you know.
Tongue-in-cheek.
Tongue-in-cheek. A lot of what we were doing was very tongue-in-cheek. And Peter, I think, is still very tongue-in-cheek.
Totally. He's enjoying it. It's a way to have fun at other people's expenses sometimes. I think Peter, deep down, more than anything, is an artist. He has an incredible sense of aesthetics. He loves beauty and anything in art and music.
It's on display at Marino's 12-acre estate, where every summer there is a lavish party for friends to introduce young and up-and-coming classical musicians. It's hosted by Peter and Jane Trapnell, his waspy wife of 33 years, a charming and accomplished costume designer who friends say is an essential part of the equation.
She's too smart to be interviewed.
But you've been married a long time.
33 years. Yeah, it's great.
You don't look like the perfect couple, if you know what I mean.
It's a good marriage because each of us is what we are, allows the other one to be themselves, and appreciates each other for the right reason. You know, it's rare that you'll find two people who don't try to change the other person and let everyone be what they are.
What's this?
The only other constant in Marino's life, as you may have guessed, are motorcycles, his latest prominently displayed on the project board.
This is my Super Duke KTM 1290. Oof. It's very fast. You're supposed to say, does Jane sit on the back?
Does Jane sit on the back?
Absolutely not. She's in the back of a car and driver, and she with the 2 dogs.
Marino finds cars claustrophobic. He has a half a dozen bikes, has ridden them all over the country, and regularly uses them to commute between New York and his home on Long Island. It's his release and the core of his identity. Alone, on the road, where he can take in the air and the light and the space, all part of living life outside the box.
Today, when chefs can be as famous as movie stars and their creations in the kitchen as admired as original works of art, there are few who rival the success and celebrity of Massimo Bottura. His restaurant, Osteria Francescana, has 3 Michelin stars and ranks #1 on this year's list of the world's 50 best restaurants. It's located in northern Italy, in a city called Modena, where the great tenor Luciano Pavarotti was born. When we went to Modena to meet Chef Bottura, we were struck by how operatic he is.
Imagine, dream. You have to dream about food, okay?
Do you dream about food?
I always dream about food.
Wow.
I always dream.
We first met Massimo Bottura shopping for food in Modena, the home of Italy's finest balsamic vinegar and Parmesan cheese. He buys the freshest vegetables, like green tomatoes, that he likes to top off with 25-year-old balsamic vinegar.
Are you ready?
I can't wait.
Okay. It's an experience that is gonna stay with you for the rest of your life. I'm telling you
This is a huge moment,
Yeah,
Massimo.
it's a huge moment for you.
Okay. The whole thing, just like
Yeah,
that?
just one bite.
Okay.
And close your eyes, connect your mental palate, and understand. Your perception, your receptor are talking to you right now.
There are so many different things going on in my mouth. I can't believe
It is. Complexity.
And that's his signature as a chef. And what's he making?
He's making risotto, toasting rice with, look, orange juice.
Dishes that are complex mixtures of unexpected flavors.
2 persone, 2 menù super, non marcia!
In his kitchen at Osteria Francescana, he oversees a staff of 35 as they build his beautiful, avant-garde masterpieces that he says are inspired by contemporary art. His creations are like canvases, and he christens them. He calls this camouflage, made of wild hair, juniper berries, and cocoa powder. Oh, that's spectacular. Some of his dishes are beautiful. Some are whimsical. And then there's his version of popular Italian cuisine. That's chicken cacciatore.
This is chicken cacciatore.
Oh my God. You wouldn't recognize most of his Italian dishes. This is the crunchy part of lasagna.
Spaghetti with tomato. Spaghetti with Parmigiano. Spaghetti with fresh herbs.
Bottura is one of the most successful chefs in the so-called deconstruction school, where food is presented like abstract art.
This
What do you call this
in 3
dish?
parts. I don't know.
His culinary creations are rooted in the traditions of northern Italy and his hometown, Modena, an ancient city of narrow streets and grand piazzas, where they've been making Parmesan cheese and balsamic vinegar the same way for centuries. It's where Bottura's love of food began when he was just a little boy hiding under the kitchen table.
I remember my grandmother was rolling pasta. In the meantime, what I was doing, I was stealing the tortellini from under the table and eat the raw tortellini.
That's how you were beginning to develop your palate, was
I
from
think
raw
so.
tortellini.
Yeah,
No.
from a raw tortellini you can understand a lot. You can understand the amount of spices they use, the amount of Parmigiano, the amount of ham, you know, those kind of things.
Even as a little
balance,
kid.
Balance.
How old are you at that point? You're a kid.
Yeah, like 7, 6.
And you're falling in love with food.
In that moment,
Yeah.
exactly.
He started cooking for his friends when he was in high school, but his father wanted him to become a lawyer in the family's lucrative fuel business.
I have to show my dad he was wrong, because he tried to, he tried to convince me not to get into that business.
Of being a chef.
Yeah.
He didn't respect that as
No,
a
he didn't.
serious
He didn't.
profession.
No, he didn't.
No more money from daddy.
Nope.
That
Nope,
was it.
No, that was it.
Cut you off.
Exactly.
And you're saying to yourself, I have to show you.
I don't want to say revenge is a very strong word. It's more like
show that you were right.
Show that I was right.
But he wasn't right away. When he and his American wife, Laura Gilmore, opened Osteria Francescana in 1995, amidst all that tradition in Modena, they were offering Bottora's minimalist rendition of a bowl of tortellini, just 6 little pieces of pasta.
6 little tiny, and that was it.
The biggest provocation of all. You know, a tortellini is something, it's comfort food for Modenese. It's like a religion. If you don't believe in God, you believe in tortellini, but you don't want 6. You want a nice, big, abundant bowl of tortellini with the hot broth. And he was serving this sort of room temperature broth gel, and the tortellini were there, and there were 6 of them, and the Modenese were like putting their hands like, what did I come here for? Why am I here?
You're laughing.
Food critics ask themselves the same question.
A very important Modenese food critic came and
The Modenese
food critic came and eat at our restaurant. Like
Of course, the review was terrible.
The review
After that,
was
nobody was
please
going.
don't go there. Don't go there.
And hardly anyone did. His food was seen as a sacrilege in a country that reveres mothers and their home cooking.
Did you ever say to yourself, okay, I'm going right back to the old Italian cooking. I can do it. I know how to do it.
Never. No, you can't do that.
But after 6 years of bad reviews and empty tables, he gave in and introduced a handful of traditional Italian dishes, including an old-fashioned tagliatelle. And then a prominent national food critic happened by, ordered the tagliatelle, and wrote,
But these are the best tagliatelle in the world.
He said that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that turned everything around?
Totally.
You are known as the maestro.
Yeah. Now, before they want to crucify me in the main piazza, now they call me maestro. That's the difference.
Some of the maestro's dishes are improvisations born out of accidents, like his "Oops, I dropped the lemon tart."
That's a classic.
The story begins when his pastry chef, Taka, was making a lemon tart.
I saw Taka completely white. He dropped one of the 2 tarts in the plate, upside down, just like that.
Oh, God.
Taka was like ready to kill himself. And I said, Taka, no, please don't.
Don't kill yourself.
Don't. Look at that. That lemon tart is so beautiful that we have to serve the second one exactly the first one. We did it. We rebuilt in a perfect way the imperfection. We smashed the other tart exactly as the first one. I can't believe we did that. If I think now, I was like, we were crazy. I was like totally out of mind.
Fantastic.
Oops, I dropped the lemon tart is Jackson Pollock on a plate. And it's one of the most popular dishes on a tasting menu of 12 courses that, with wine, can cost more than $500 a person. They serve lunch and dinner 5 days a week, and it's always booked. Reservations open 3 months in advance and fill up in minutes.
Are you prepared for the best salad of your life?
He invited us to sample some of his other signature dishes in his well-stocked wine cellar.
Caesar salad in bloom.
Those are flowers?
All flowers, edible flowers.
All edible
But the
flowers.
27 elements in that dish.
It takes 2 chefs to build the salad leaf by leaf, petal by petal. And for this dish, it takes a splash of seawater.
This is seawater transformed into paper.
You make paper out of seawater?
Yes.
It may not look like it, but this is Bottora's fillet of sole, topped off with wisps of dehydrated seawater. He calls it Mediterranean combustion.
How am I ever going to eat normal food again? Ever.
But you feel how light you feel?
Very light.
Yeah, there's
But totally delicious. How long did it take you to create this one dish? Was it months?
32 years. 32 years of experience.
Now 56, after all his hard work, Bottora is riding high, sometimes on his customized Ducati motorcycle. But a few years ago, he began to feel something was missing in his life, that serving fancy food to international foodies wasn't enough. So like other celebrity chefs, he began to think about helping the poor by feeding them.
This is late 2013. We had just sort of, we're 1 year into having our 3rd Michelin star that we had worked 20 years to get. And I'm thinking, now you want to start doing this? I thought it was a terrible idea.
But she relented and helped him open a number of what he calls refectorios, kind of souped-up soup kitchens. But he didn't want them to feel like down-and-out, stand-in-line cafeterias. So, partnering with local charities, he created warm, inviting dining rooms in old abandoned theaters or unused space in churches, where the working poor and homeless Italians and refugees from Africa sit side by side with volunteers who serve them 3-course meals, like in high-quality restaurants. The food, donated by local grocery stores, would have been thrown out because it's slightly damaged or near its sell-by date.
We are Italian, so we're going to make pasta.
He's opened 6 refectorios so far, in London, Paris, Rio de Janeiro, and 3 in Italy, with more to come.
Where did that inspiration come from?
The numbers are math. Numbers. 33% of the world production are wasted every year. 1.3 billion tons of food is wasted every year. You know, think about 1 trillion of apples goes in the garbage. Think about how many, apple pie you could create with those, with trillions of, that's insane.
The man who has for decades insisted on the oldest balsamic, the finest Parmesan, the freshest tomatoes, now realizes there's salvation in discarded leftovers. If cooked well, they can nourish the poor, as he says, by filling their stomachs and lifting their spirits.
Massimo Bottura, #1.
And his as well.
It's absolutely necessary to give back some of the lucky life you're living. So this is about giving back. It's what we need. We need dreams. If you don't dream and you don't dream big, you cannot change the world.
Tonight, we're going to take you into the wild with a remarkable photographer who spent his life on the trail of elusive and endangered animals. His name is Tom Mangelson, and at 72, he still travels to remote and inhospitable places. What he brings back are some of the most spectacular pictures of wild animals you'll ever see. On most mornings for nearly 50 years, this is what Tom Mangelson has done. He's ventured into the wilderness, camera in hand. Last September in Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming, he waited in an early autumn snowfall for his subject to appear. As is often the case, it took quite a while.
Over the course of your lifetime, the amount of time you've spent waiting is incalculable, I'm sure.
Stupid.
Stupid?
Yeah.
Have you learned anything with all that waiting?
You wait long enough, it does pay off.
For Mangelson, it usually does. Whether it's a male grizzly bear with battle scars, a cheetah chasing down its prey in Tanzania, or butterflies sipping on the tears of a giant caiman in Brazil, each of Mangelson's photographs tells a story. His images have documented species like mountain gorillas, black rhinos, and jaguars, once dominant, now in danger. On every continent, in every season, no matter the conditions, Mangelson has painstakingly built a reputation not on personality, but on patience.
Do you have patience with people the same way you have patience with animals?
No.
No?
No, I don't. I wish I did. I don't know. I don't.
Do you like animals more than people?
Yes.
Really?
Well, not you.
Okay.
He especially likes the dangerous kind. In a jungle in India, where it would be deadly to be on foot, Mangelson climbed onto an elephant's back for this shot of a Bengal tiger, paws red, fresh from a kill. In the Arctic, where temperatures can be 30 degrees below zero, he spent years documenting the behavior of polar bears. He nicknamed this group the Bad Boys of the Arctic. He's captured adult male bears play fighting, a mama bear slyly keeping watch as her cubs roughhouse nearby, and a group of bears trying to survive as their world melts away. People often mistake Mangelson's photographs for paintings, and since the 1970s, he's sold them out of galleries, like this one in Jackson, Wyoming. His photo Catch of the Day is often called the most famous wildlife photograph in the world.
It's such an extraordinary image. In this day and age, people would think that this is Photoshop, that you got a photo of a fish somewhere. And I mean, it's so perfect.
It was taken in 1988 before Photoshop even existed.
People think it's
faked.
fake. But you don't believe in that, I mean, as a photographer?
No, I mean, this is the magic. This is the moment. This is the decisive moment. And this little tiny space right here, I think is so important. Just a quarter of an inch.
It's in its mouth, but it hasn't actually made contact yet with its mouth.
1 nanosecond later.
Mangelson shuns the use of digital manipulation. What he sees through his lens is what you get. And at a time when many photographers build their portfolios by going to game farms like this one to photograph captive animals, Mangelson insists on only documenting them in their natural habitat.
Okay, Anderson. Let's see what we can find.
As we saw when we joined him before dawn outside Jackson Hole.
You always get up this early?
There's only one way to do it, is like do it every day, or be really lucky.
He's taking us to a bend he knows on the Snake River.
Do you hear the elk? It's a sharp whistle. That's it. Yeah, that's the sound of the wild here.
He's been here hundreds of times, trying to get the perfect shot of elk crossing the water.
So now it's just a waiting?
Yep, now
waiting game.
Waiting, yeah.
What's the longest you've ever spent in any spot, and not here, but anywhere?
42 days with the cougars.
42 days?
Well, I went home at night and slept, and then we'd go back at daybreak.
So, but you would spend all day there?
Yeah.
So 12 hours a day?
12, 14.
12 or 14 hours a day for 42 days?
Yeah.
Did you get the shot?
Finally.
This was the shot worth waiting for, the elusive cougar coming out of her den at dusk, taken in 1999. It's among the first photographs to document the life of a wild female cougar. It helped launch a movement to protect the cats against human encroachment. Back at the river, after a 3-hour wait,
right between the trees there. There she comes. Well, that's cool. Pretty cool. That's good.
It was worth the wait.
Yeah.
Just kind of extraordinary.
Yeah.
we headed back to his office in Jackson to take a look at an amateur's attempt.
I think it's beautiful.
Yeah,
I think it's gorgeous.
Me too, actually.
There's nothing wrong with that one at all. It's great.
Is she out of focus?
Maybe slightly.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah. Not quite sharp. I'm sorry.
Mangelson's shot was, of course, in perfect focus. And look at what else he's captured at that same river in fall, summer, and winter. Mangelson credits his father with his love of the wild. He grew up on the bank of the Platte River in Nebraska, where he was schooled in hunting and fishing. As a teenager in the 1960s, Mangelson earned the title World Champion Goose Caller. No small feat considering this is bird country. Home to 400 species, as well as one of the great migrations on Earth. Every spring, 500,000 sandhill cranes stop on this stretch of the Platte River. They're fattening up on grain before migrating north, as far as Siberia. It is an awesome and ancient ritual. Fossils show cranes have come here for nearly 10 million years. It's a spectacle of sight and sound Mangelson has shared for 17 years with his friend and ally, Jane Goodall, whose life work with chimpanzees has revolutionized our understanding of primates.
Yeah.
Today, Goodall and Mangelson team up to raise money and awareness for the protection of cranes, as well as chimpanzees and cougars.
All right.
He's taught me so much about the Platte River and what goes on here, and what it was like when he was a boy, and how he started off as a hunter because that's what one did, and then how gradually he realized he loved these creatures much too much. He couldn't go on being a hunter, and so he hunts with his camera. Here they come. Lots and lots and lots.
Look at the light on those up there.
What's amazing is this ancient migration still carries on.
Yeah.
I think it's completely amazing.
I agree.
It gives me hope that nature will manage in spite of us.
Oh, look at this. Beautiful, huh?
Next year, do you think you could invest in a silent camera? One of the qualities that I love about Tom is his passion. And it's when you have that kind of passion and that kind of commitment that you're more likely to get other people involved, because we can never win an argument by appealing to people's heads. It's got to be in the heart. And I use the power of storytelling and writing, and Tom uses the power of images.
If all artists have a muse, Tom Mangelson's is this 22-year-old female grizzly bear. She doesn't have a proper name, but is known by the research number 399, a creature from America's wild past when 50,000 grizzlies roamed the lower 48. Less than 2,000 grizzlies remain today. For more than a decade, Mangelson has chronicled every facet of 399's life, emerging from a long winter's nap, swatting magpies away from a meal. He's watched and worried as she's given birth to 3 sets of triplets and a set of twins. She's nursed, protected, and taught more than a dozen bear cubs. Mangelson's photographs, including this one he dubbed an icon of motherhood, have made 399 the most famous grizzly in the world.
What do you think it is about grizzly bears that so captures people's imagination?
I think it's the wildness and the rarity and you see intelligent they are. It's like 399 will go to the road and she'll look both ways. She'll tell the kids to stay on one side of the road. She'll go across and then she'll talk to them. Okay, you can come across now. And that's smart.
There's also something about grizzly bears that there's a grace to it, but ferocity is always lurking there.
But I like that idea that we're not the top of the food chain.
In Mangelson's portraits, ferocious grizzlies have personalities too, but sometimes it's easy to miss the details. Notice a leftover piece of grass tucked in the corner of this grizzly's mouth like a toothpick. But it's Mangelson's wide shots that may matter the most. They help people understand animals like 399 can't survive without their habitat. Mangelson took us out to show us why he believes seeing your first grizzly can change your life.
It's right there.
It's right there.
Oh, okay, so it's really close.
It was an adult female grizzly resting just off the road.
That's crazy.
She's a gorgeous bear. Now you see how she just scratched the back of your ear just like your dog might?
Yeah.
Isn't that great? Now she's scratching her belly.
It's so incredible to see. It's amazing.
A third of 399's offspring have been killed in interactions with humans, hit by cars, or shot by elk hunters out of fear. Last year, the federal government removed grizzly bears around Yellowstone from the endangered species list. Wyoming and Idaho are now deciding whether to open a hunting season on the bears.
There's people here who have said that they can't wait for a season to open so they can shoot 399, because that would be the biggest prize, the biggest trophy.
You've had hunters actually say that to you, that they want to shoot 399 because 399 is so famous.
Yeah. Hard to believe.
While he worries about what will be lost, Tom Mangelson is determined to show us the beauty and fragility of what still survives. And so he sets out once again, patiently making his way alone into the wild.
It's my gift in a way that I can give people, hopefully, to preserve what we have left, preserve wilderness, preserve species like grizzly bears, and make them think about it. Make them think that this is what we need to say for our children.
Almost 20 years ago, we broadcast one of the most controversial stories in our 44 years on the air. It was called Yes, But Is It Art? I was accused of being a Philistine, someone lacking the aesthetic sensibility to appreciate the challenging nature of some contemporary art. Art like Jeff Koons' floating basketballs, or another artist's dripping faucet. In those 20 years, works that I questioned, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, are now worth hundreds of millions. In fact, contemporary art has become a global commodity, just like oil or soybeans or pork bellies. And there seems to be no shortage of people wanting to speculate in it, and no shortage of billionaires willing to invest in it as a haven for their cash or love of art, or as a status symbol. And to feed those beasts, there are now art fairs virtually every weekend around the globe. And in contemporary art, none are more important than the one we went to in December. To Miami Beach, once a mere escape from the winter blues. Now one of the great contemporary art capitals of the world. The region hosts at least 30 art fairs annually, the most important of which is Art Basel. In Miami, the executive jets arrive by the swarm, more even than flit in for the Super Bowl. 50,000 people turn up, dressed up and dressed down.
Everybody's going to get in. All right, Melissa, I'm in. Laurie.
You can't tell the billionaires from the wannabes, the gawkers from the gawked at, the exhibitionists from the exhibitions. They come to celebrate the bonanza that contemporary art has become. The art market sizzles while the stock market fizzles. This is where big disposable income comes to be disposed.
I'm going to invite us to head inside just to say hello.
Inside, you'll find an upscale flea market, a shopping mall where prices start at the thousands and end in the stratosphere. There's very little sense of an aesthetic experience here, not the silence or even the suppressed hush of a gallery or museum. What you hear or imagine you hear is the cacophony of cash.
This is $750,000.
This fair seems to be about art as stuff or stuff as art. Just so much merchandise without a price tag in sight. There are some timeless gems maintaining a quiet elegance, but they're shouted off the walls by the kitsch, the cute, the clumsy, and the incomprehensible. From oversized headwear to art as performance, and of course, video art, an artist in the agonizing throes of creation. And then there's the question you've been dying to ask. How much is this stuff worth? Rather, how much does it cost?
There's a price for you, and there's a price for me, and there's a price for somebody else.
Dennis Scholl and his wife Deborah are longtime collectors, familiar with the unwritten rules of the art bazaar.
It's really what a willing buyer will pay to a willing seller in the art world. So when you go and look at a piece of art, the price is what you negotiate. There's no fixed price per se. And prices move up and prices move down very quickly in the art world, particularly with young artists.
And have you made some mistakes, or have they all been pretty...
Well, we bought 1,000 pieces of art in my life, so we've made plenty of mistakes. I mean, we have, yes. And you know what you do? You just bury them in the backyard and forget about them.
265 dealers are invited, and they're willing to spend up to $150,000 for the privilege of showing their wares. Are we such Philistine slobs that we wonder about the value of some of this? Is this art that dazzles the eye or makes us think? Do baby blue translucent bathroom fixtures prick the imagination? Does that toilet seat raise our spirits, or is it directing us to the men's room? Or is this the biggest scam since Hans Christian Andersen trotted out the emperor's new clothes? One thing's for sure, it's no joke. Look at this graph. Contemporary art sales last year totaled about $5.5 billion, and that only includes auction prices. Private sales like these art fairs could be worth billions more. Recession? What recession?
Good. Deal. Perfect. Cool. Great. I'll bill you.
The real fundamental thing is we're here to sell a lot of art.
Tim Blum, a partner in Blum & Poe, a Los Angeles gallery renowned for discovering the sharpest of cutting-edge art. Some of the art that you sell probably could be described as difficult.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. I mean, we kind of specialize in that.
You have to explain to a potential buyer
Yes.
why he or she might
Yeah,
learn to love this.
Often you do. A lot of folks are just buying, it's more like we need one of these things because everybody's getting one.
Status.
It's a status symbol. It's a speculative mechanism.
Do you sometimes have to grit your teeth even when you're making a sale?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're very good at that. We're from Hollywood. We're in the acting game. Yeah, it's theater. This is all theater.
And Blum knows all the A-list collectors.
There's people that are collecting art in a very beautiful, organic, autobiographical way where the art is a part of their lifeline. And then there's the pure speculators, and then there's the people that just have so much money, and the art is the next thing on the queue.
You're appealing to the 1% as opposed to the 99%, correct?
1% and or 0.00001%.
We just bought it. Oh, you did? Just now.
Eli Broad, the 1%er of 1%ers, the collector of thousands of artworks, builder of his own museum. He's giddy with the thrill of having beaten the pack to a drawing by Kara Walker, a truly gifted young American artist. Collectors like Mr. Broad get first dibs on the really good stuff. He moved on to pick up photographs by Cindy Sherman. He was one of her first collectors.
Love Cindy and love her work.
He has good reason to love Cindy. He first bought her pictures back in 1982 for $250. Today they go for nearly $4 million. All of her subject matter is herself, in various guises. Her current retrospective at New York's Museum of Modern Art gives her work even more value. What are you looking for? For dealers, the gold standard is selling to a major museum. So when Jennifer Stockman, on the right, president of the board of the Guggenheim Foundation, along with a senior curator, Alexandra Monroe, turns up, the waters part.
If you go into this concave, let's walk in.
They, along with the dealer Barbara Gladstone, went ape over this sculpture by Anish Kapoor.
And then you also don't know, and you have no idea of depth. I mean, it's very strange. He comes right out of...
We moved on to an installation by Hege Yang, a Korean artist. This tangle of extension cords, asking price, $33,000.
We already are very committed to this artist, so I'm really excited to come and see new work by Hege. She is a perfect example of a contemporary, peripatetic, global artist. I always find some sadness in your work. Something's unstable, something's unfinished, something's like never complete. It's always in the process. And I think that's sort of how we live today.
Art speak, the descriptive language of contemporary art, can seem as opaque as spilled alphabet soup.
And the art fair gives you a very good context for this because...
But a language fully understood by Jeffrey Deitch, former dealer, now director of the Los Angeles Museum of Contemporary Art. He could not resist reminding us of our report of 1993 and who had the last laugh.
In the art world, we remember very well that famous program that you did 20 years ago where it was almost a send-up of the contemporary art market.
We had a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But I think in terms of market value, the time that we were talking, a Jeff Koons was very well sold at $250,000. And as you know now, Jeff Koons' works have gone for $25 million and more.
And nearby, arguably the most powerful dealer in the art world, the famously reticent Larry Gagosian, owner of 11 galleries round the world. He reluctantly graced us with a few words of wisdom. At least say hello.
Hey, Marley.
Good to see you. This place has become one of the one of the places that someone like yourself have to show at.
Yeah, for me, it's a place to sell art. I mean, it's a place to make money. You know, the art fair has become a huge part of our business.
How has China and Russia changed the art market?
It's been a huge factor on it. The wealth in Russia, in the Middle East, and Asia, it's changed it dramatically.
Just how dramatically can be seen in this graph. In orange is the contemporary art market's performance compared to the gray, which is the S&P stock index. Much of that dramatic rise is a result of those new billionaires from China and Russia parking their money in art.
You have to tell me a little more about this, Victor.
Maria Babakova, age 26, is interested in this dealer's Gerhard Richter, a German artist who is the current rage.
It's got a lot of wall power.
She's a Russian oligarch's daughter who's spending a fortune on contemporary art.
And my painting, I'm selling it for $4.8 million, so you're getting a bargain with me today.
That's a real bargain.
I think so.
No.
Certainly a bargain if your daddy's a billionaire and you're playing in a market where the rule is there are no rules.
It's the Wild West. This is not a normal retail business. It's an unregulated, utterly bizarre place to conduct business.
The competition is great, yes?
Yeah. It's literally a multi-billion-dollar economy, the art world. So the way the business is run and the competition between dealers, between artists, is often vicious.
This is where the art trade's carefully constructed mask of Olympian high culture begins to crack, and the underside of a booming, cutthroat commodities market is revealed, one without regulation or oversight, in which price fixing and control of supply to maintain demand is both legal and commonplace.
How does this boom keep sustaining itself against all odds? It's inexplicable. I mean, it really is almost unexplainable, and we don't even, when we bring it up and start and begin to talk about it, we sort of drop the subject because it almost feels like you should just let it keep rolling.
Because it's going against what's happening elsewhere
absolutely,
in the economy.
100%.
Meanwhile, the prices rise and the band plays on, and all's well in this wonderful world. If the music stops and the bubble bursts, no big deal. The collectors are bubble-proof. It's only their mad money they're spending anyway. They'll still have the pleasure of their art, easier to look at than pork bellies. Or maybe not.
What are the signs of global warming? Glaciers are melting at an increasingly rapid pace. Persistent droughts are spreading. Well, we have another to tell you about, wine, as in what you probably cracked open for Christmas dinner. Farmers who grow the grapes have seen the effects of climate change in the soil, in the roots of the vines, and the yields of their crops. France, a major center of winemaking for centuries, is experiencing increasingly higher temperatures and extreme weather conditions that have damaged vintages and livelihoods. This year was particularly dramatic. France recorded its smallest harvest since 1957 and stands to lose more than $2 billion in sales, a huge blow to the country's second largest export industry. And it's hitting nearly all the wine-growing regions where they make dry whites, fruity reds, and fizzy champagne. All bubblies are called sparkling wine, but champagne is made here and nowhere else in these vineyards and villages of Champagne located in northeastern France. There's a mystique to champagne, an aura of romance. Coco Chanel once said, "I only drink champagne on 2 occasions, when I'm in love and when I'm not." They've been producing this wine of kings here for centuries. So how long has this winemaking business and the vineyards been in your family?
From 1700.
1700?
Yes.
Christine Sevillano took over the family business and its 20 acres of vines 14 years ago. She's the 10th generation.
This is the cellar of my grandfather.
Oh. After surviving the French Revolution and 2 world wars, her family's house of Pio Seviano faced its worst year ever in 2021.
We lost 90% of our harvest.
90%?
Yes.
How many bottles were you able to produce this year, as opposed to a normal year?
A normal year, I produce around 50,000 bottles.
This year?
0. It's the first time in the history of my winery that we will not make champagne.
Not a single bottle from this winery?
Yes.
Higher temperatures and extreme weather episodes devastated not only her harvest, but much of Champagne's.
It rained in 2 or 3 days that it rained normally in 1 month. Even my father told me that in his career, he has never seen that.
Almost flood-like?
Yes.
The worst of it, she says, came in June and July, when the heat and the rains resulted in a more crippling outbreak than usual of funguses, like mildew contamination.
In fact, when the grapes are contaminated, the fruit is drying, and after we can use it because there is no juice, nothing.
And you attribute this to climate change?
Yes, because it was so extreme. It's not normal.
This year's extreme weather not only battered Champagne and the foundation of its economy, but nearly every one of the wine-producing regions in France, Burgundy to Bordeaux, where some of the highest quality, best known, and best tasting reds and whites are made.
And these are what grape? What?
This is Merlot.
Merlot.
Yes.
I love Merlot.
Yeah, Merlot makes a beautiful, soft, rounded wines.
Jacques Lerton, the head of a wine family dynasty, runs the Chateau La Louvière and several other wineries in Bordeaux. He says vine disease is getting worse all over France because of the rising temperatures.
We don't have winters anymore, almost. In wintertime, normally you get colder conditions. These cool conditions tend to kill the funguses or the disease. So normally, winter cleans the situation, you see. But the most important problem that we have is what we call spring frost.
Spring frost was so severe in April this year that wine growers were on their knees lighting bales of hay and candles between their vines in a mostly futile attempt to protect their young buds.
It is the largest catastrophe we have ever suffered, because before we had some spring frost in some regions, but this is the first time we have it all over France. Now, due to the fact that we don't have these very strong winters, the buds start to open and then expose themselves to this series of spring frost that we have.
And that is the crux of
it. This is what affects the most the quantity of grapes.
So tell us about this year in terms of the amount.
In average, in France this year, a loss of 30%.
30% of the yields. And what about you? What's your percentage?
We have been affected up to 40%.
So you're one of the largest wine producers in Bordeaux. 40% loss, I mean, that's enormous.
It's huge. It's huge.
For Bordeaux, he estimates a loss of roughly $800 million in sales this year.
Is this something that's happening all over Europe or just France?
No, it's happening all over Europe, definitely.
Greg Jones is a research climatologist with Southern Oregon University, who for 25 years has specialized in the study of how climate influences the growing and harvesting of wine grapes.
What we're seeing today is we're seeing more of these extreme events happening more frequently at greater degrees and causing more problems.
Yeah, we see it everywhere. It's not just in farm regions. I mean, every part of our country is experiencing some extreme weather condition. So how do you know it isn't that normal extreme weather as opposed to a general climate change?
There's an area in climate science called attribution science, and attribution science is all about trying to kind of understand how much role humans have in the game of climate. So the idea
to
of
who to attribute it to.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And so what climatologists do is we develop models that look at aspects of climate, and those models that are coming out are really telling us more and more that in the absence of humans, most of these things would not occur to the same degree they're occurring today.
Tie what you're saying about climate to what's going on in France now.
Sure. In France, just like most of Europe, temperatures have gone up, summers have gotten drier, and wine grapes are just sensitive. They're sensitive to those kind of changes, and we've been seeing it worldwide, and Europe has been at the epicenter of it.
This weather map of Europe for June 2021, the second warmest June in Europe on record, shows a red band depicting high surface air temperatures stretching across much of the continent. Heat waves were also recorded over western North America in June 2021. Scorching temperatures and drought conditions contributed to wildfires in 2020 around Napa and Sonoma, the center of America's wine industry, where fields were left blackened. In Australia, the bushfires of 2019 and 20 burnt some vineyards to the ground, while smoke ruined the quality of the grapes. In 2017, in Italy, spring frost combined with hailstorms and a heat wave known as Lucifer led to the lowest harvest in decades. Particularly hard hit was northern and central Italy, where Prosecco, Barolo, and Chianti are made. And in parts of Chile and Argentina, higher temperatures are pushing wine growers to plant their vineyards at higher altitudes, where temperatures are cooler. Greg Jones says the warming atmosphere is also changing the grape's growth cycle.
It accelerates that ripening to the point that we're picking earlier. For example, 2020 in Burgundy, the picking date was August 20th. And prior to that, we've been averaging for the last 30 years about September 15th. And then for 600 years before that, we were averaging the end of September, 1st of October.
Oh, so it's dramatic.
So it's pretty dramatic.
These pages of parchment documenting harvest dates going back as far as 1354 were found in the Church of Notre Dame in Burgundy.
1354.
It's a wonderful data record that we've been able to look at to better understand what climates were like back then, how it affected harvests, and what that looks like today.
I'm smiling because I'm thinking 1300s. I'm thinking the monks were making wine.
Well, exactly.
The wine industry in France is so vital to the economy that the government has scientists studying ways to adapt and mitigate the changing environment. One route to adaptation is to introduce new grape varieties. Experimental vineyards have been planted with vines from warmer climate countries to see if they can grow here so the grapes can be blended in with the Merlots, Cabernets, and other French wines. Natalie Ola is the director of the project at the Bordeaux Science Institute of Vine and Wine.
So you're looking at grapes that come from southern regions that maybe grow better in warmer climates.
Yes.
Like from where?
From Spain, from Portugal, from Greece.
How many are you actually looking at?
So in this experimental vineyard, we are studying 52 different varieties.
They've chosen 6 of those varieties thus far to be planted in Bordeaux.
So this is your greenhouse?
Yes, it is.
A second route of adaptation is genetic breeding.
Are you actually creating new grapes, new different kinds of grapes?
Yes, the idea is to have grapes, new varieties, which can be resistant to disease and also more adapted to climate change conditions.
And do not compromise the distinctive qualities of the French wines. At the Institute's laboratory, scientists are studying the genetics of wine's color, aroma, and taste.
And that's what you're trying to preserve, even as you introduce new grapes.
Yes, I think we want to change without changing, I would say.
Yes. How confident are you that you're going to crack the puzzle? You're going to figure out how to stay ahead of climate change?
All together, with new varieties, new growing practice, I think we can cope with climate change, at least until the middle of the 21st century.
The middle of the century is only 30 years from now.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're looking at how fast temperatures are rising, and you're saying it's possible that they will rise above a point
that
where you can't.
It will be much more complicated to keep what we call Bordeaux style and Bordeaux taste.
With all the gloom and doom about warming temperatures in wine country, there's actually a surprising upside.
What about quality? What about the taste? What's important about wine? How is climate change affecting that?
Alors, the climate change is affecting the quality very positively.
Positively?
Yes, exactly. We have never seen such a large quantity of good vintages of Bordeaux wines.
Well, explain that. That's counterintuitive.
Thanks to the global warming and the climate change, now we have warmer summers, and which makes that our grapes are ripening better. If we get good warm conditions, we have good color quantity in the skin, but as well, we have the right amount of sugar.
What a painful irony. The taste improves just as the yields are shrinking for winemakers like Christine Sevillano.
So more quality, but fewer grapes, dramatically fewer grapes.
Yes, it's crazy.
If you have another year like this one, financially, can you survive?
It will be difficult, really, really difficult. But in the same time, I'm trustful for next year. I mean, I'm trustful. I have to.
Improved taste is not the only unforeseen benefit of climate change for some winemakers. How it's affecting the bubbly you're likely to enjoy on New Year's Eve when we return. For some wine growers, climate change has been a disaster, as we've seen. But as it turns out, climate change has been a boon for others. While higher temperatures have hurt growers in France and Italy, for instance, places that historically have been too cold to produce quality wines are now turning out consistently good ones. Places like England. The notion that in England the only beverage is lukewarm ale at the pub is woefully outdated. Today, a new industry has taken root. Healthy vineyards in England are producing some of the world's best wines. This sprawling vineyard, with acres and acres of wine grapes ready for harvest, is located in Kent, 40 miles outside of London. It didn't exist 15 years ago, but Great Britain's wine-producing fortunes have been heating up along with the planet.
So how has climate change affected the grapes, the wine in this region?
Well, it's completely revolutionized it because...
Stephen Skelton, a member of the highly respected Institute of Masters of Wine, is a viticulturist, an expert in the science, production, and business of wine grapes.
I never heard of really good English wine.
No, well, it was very, very rare until we realized that you could grow these classic French champagne varieties in our climate.
This is what they grow in Champagne?
Yeah, and they now grow very, very successfully here in the UK.
What used to be a minute cottage industry run by retirees and gentlemen farmers is today one of the fastest wine-growing regions in the world.
This is quite an operation going on.
Oh, it's a big winery.
In 2018, the vintage in England was so bountiful that some vineyards had to scramble to buy vats and tanks to hold it all. Others simply threw grapes away. By the end of the decade, winemakers here will produce an estimated 20 million bottles a year.
No, the foundation of today's industry is the fact that we can grow these varieties which we couldn't grow earlier.
So why couldn't you do it before?
Because the climate was too cold.
You just had to get the temperature up.
Yeah.
And so does global warming mean that England now has more days for the grapes to ripen?
Yeah, because we have more days over 85, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. You know, we are in the UK now. We're now where Champagne was 30 or 40 years ago. The climate has shifted in 30 or 40 years upwards, northwards.
So the climate right now, where you and I are sitting in England, is the same as the climate was 40 years ago in
Champagne.
France.
In Champagne, yeah.
He traces the birth of the industry here to 1988.
Then there came two Americans, the Mosses, Stuart and Sandy Moss. They bought an estate called Nye Timber, which is very well known today, and they were the first people to plant a big commercial vineyard.
What did you think?
I thought they were bonkers. I have to say, yeah, I thought they were nuts. I'd heard they were rich Americans up in the hills. He had a fortune apparently from the dental business. And I thought they were mad. Their first wine took a long while to mature. It was 4 years in the making before it was tasted. And then it won this major prize.
Right away, 4 years?
Yeah. And the next year, they won an even bigger prize.
Are you thinking that in a couple of years, the English sparkling wine will be actually better than what they're growing in Champagne?
As they produce 300 million bottles a year. The best is still very, very good. The best is superb. But you could line up the best 10 English sparkling wines against the best 10 champagnes at the same sort of price category. And I can guarantee you that English wines would be in the top half.
To prove his point, he gave us a taste, opening a 10-year-old bottle.
We're going to open it professionally.
Oh, no pop.
No pop.
Look at that.
The longer sparkling wine ages, he says, the better. And what you look for is the spritz of fizz on the palate.
You see you've got the bubbles coming from there.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah, you see they're nice and small. And then you nose it. You get a nice yeasty character, baking bread, brioche as we call it. And that's a gorgeous, gorgeous bottle of wine.
Winston Churchill once said, "I could not live without champagne. In victory, I deserve it. In defeat, I need it." Well, nothing would have pleased him more than to hear that because English bubbly is now so good, the House of Taittinger, one of the most prestigious of French champagne makers, is in England. It's now growing 120 acres of grapes and is making sparkling wine near Canterbury in what's known as the Garden of England. Patrick McGrath, who represents Taittinger in Great Britain, persuaded the company to invest here in 2015.
Have you brought the grapes from France?
Yeah, the vines were imported from France as tiny little vines. And the first crop we had from them was in 2020. And then that wine will be released at the end of 2024.
You know, in France, part of the problem is not just warming. It's extreme weather conditions. You know, too much flooding, too much frost, too hot. Won't England also have extreme situations like that?
Not at the moment. We're fortunate. You know, England is coming onto the radar as being an area that is warming, but is still moderate in terms of heat compared to South and Central Europe, where it's becoming very, very hot.
Do you think that wine lovers around the world already know that great wines are coming out of England? In other words, is it ooh la la, no more, it's jolly good?
I think we're still at the sort of in the starting block, but certainly yes. Over the last 10 years, from a small base, the sales of English have been growing substantially.
Taittinger's aim is to produce 300,000 bottles a year by 2025. Overall, the English wine industry had $220 million in sales last year. The idea of first-rate English wine would have been laughed at 20 years ago. But a similar migration has happened on the west coast of the United States, where excellent and increasingly popular Pinot and Chardonnay grapes are now found 560 miles north of Napa in Willamette Valley, Oregon.
In the 1950s and 60s, there were really almost no grapes grown in Oregon. And that was because the climates were too cold. And so if you fast forward to where we are today, we're just in a different world.
Greg Jones, a wine climatologist at Southern Oregon University, says grapes are now growing in even more unexpected places.
We have wineries today in Norway, in Quebec, in British Columbia, in Tasmania, and the South Islands of Chile.
Tasmanian wine.
Yeah, Tasmania has really been burgeoning as really a great wine producing region in Australia.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Tasmania is south of Australia.
Sure.
So as winemaking goes north in the northern hemisphere, are you saying it's going south?
South, yes. Yeah.
In the southern hemisphere? So
Yeah, it's going further poleward in both hemispheres, in parts of southern Argentina and Chile, and parts of many parts of northern Europe have started growing grapes.
in real time.
In real time.
In real time. So if you really want a very vivid now example of what's happening due to climate change, go look at wine.
Yeah, you can. People are experimenting at northerly latitudes that I'm amazed that in my career I didn't think I would see it.
In the United Kingdom, as a measure of its acceptance, English sparkling wine has had the royal imprimatur, the Queen serving it at Buckingham Palace. And it was poured at the recent climate change summit in Scotland. Master of Wine Stephen Skelton is bullish on the future.
If global warming is intensifying, how worried are you and the other English vintners that it's going to move north beyond your ability to grow
No,
good
I'm
grapes?
not worried at all. No, I mean, the next 40 years are going to be fascinating, I think, because, we're just on the cusp of it being really commercial. Our yield levels are not quite where we want them yet. We would like a little bit more heat.
You might get it.
Yeah.
But eventually,
Who knows? We'll have to start growing oranges and bananas.
I mean, it's a serious question.
Yeah. Personally, I think we will cope with what's being thrown at us.
Some of the winemakers we met are benefiting. Some are suffering. But all are seeing firsthand the message that climate change is delivering.
Wine grapes have often been called the canary in the coal mine.
Climatologist Greg Jones says that's been true since the first wine was made in 6000 BC in Eastern Europe and then spread to ancient Egypt, Greece, and Persia. Kings celebrated their victories with wine, and the Christian world put it at the heart of the Eucharist. Wine history, Jones says, is human history.
Wine touches society in some pretty powerful ways. It's related to civilizations, it's related to history, it's related to geography, it's related to romanticism, art, gastronomy, biology, chemistry. So there's so many things that are tied to it that it becomes something that we can tell the story of climate change through wine pretty easily.
Jeff Koons is one of the most prominent and polarizing art stars in the world. Perhaps you've seen one of his giant balloon dog sculptures, or the stainless steel inflatable rabbit he made that resold for $91 million a few years ago, the highest price ever paid at auction for a work by a living artist. I bought a much less expensive work of his at a charity auction about 10 years ago. His creations may look simple, but they can take decades to make, and often push the boundaries of technology and sometimes taste. Critics may scoff at times, but that's nothing new. Jeff Koons has been controversial since he first started showing his art more than 40 years ago. You'll find the largest collection of Jeff Koons' work at the Broad Museum in Los Angeles. Visiting it is like showing up at a strange children's party long after the kids have gone to bed. There's a giant painting of a party hat, a porcelain Michael Jackson and his chimp Bubbles, a kind of pop culture pietà. The Hulk even makes an appearance. The star attraction, a 10-foot-tall stainless steel balloon dog sculpture.
I believe the first piece
Koons showed it to us after hours.
We had to make machines to make this work. They didn't exist.
It may look like it's filled with air, but Balloon Dog weighs more than a ton and took Jeff Koons 6 years to make.
I started with a balloon, and I blew it up. I twisted a balloon dog.
Did you know how to make a balloon dog?
No, I just got a little book, and I saw how you do it, so I twisted it up. I probably made about 50 of them, and I made a mold of it, and then that was used to make the stainless steel pieces. Originally when I made this piece, I thought that I could make it for about $300,000, which still, that's a lot of money. But it ended up, just to create the piece, ended up costing me 1.6.
Wow.
And that was more than what I had sold the work for.
That's classic Koons. He's famous for going over budget, and his obsessive attention to detail is legendary. He spent 20 years figuring out how to turn this mass of aluminum into a 10-foot-tall pile of Play-Doh. To get these basketballs to appear suspended in air, he enlisted the help of a Nobel Prize-winning physicist. And he used more than 60,000 living flowers to create this 40-foot sculpture of a puppy. Koons often takes famous characters or artworks and plays with them, adding a gazing ball to the Mona Lisa. Or he elevates everyday things, making them larger, shinier, or surreal versions of themselves.
The rabbit's from 86.
86. Like that rabbit resold a few years ago for $91 million. He made 4 that look at first as if they're just plastic inflatables, but they're highly polished stainless steel and weigh about 150 pounds.
It's iconic because it can represent so many different things. I can think of Easter, I can think of a politician with a kind of a microphone, somebody making proclamations. I can think of a Playboy rabbit. But I think one of the most important things to me, the reason it's reflective and reflecting you, reflecting me, you know, the viewer finishes a work of art. It's about your feelings, your experiences. It's about your potential.
Maybe you're thinking Jeff Koons sounds like a phony self-help prophet. Plenty of critics do. But he does see art as something that can help people have a personal transformation.
Art can be anything. I mean, it really can be. My personal experience of art is that you just don't have to bring anything to it other than yourself.
So your message to people is you don't need to have a thesis in art history to interact with art, and what you feel from it is valid.
It's as valid as anybody else could experience.
Why balloon dogs? Why gazing balls, an inflatable rabbit?
Memories. You know, around Easter time, I would see a lot of inflatable rabbits in the yards. I would see gazing balls in people's yards, in their gardens. Our neighbors who do that, I mean, how generous they are for us that we're just driving by or walking by and we can look and we can have a little awe and wonderment just for that a second. To me, they're symbols of cultural history.
Koons grew up outside York, Pennsylvania, in a rural community where you can still find gazing balls in people's yards. He has 8 children, 6 with his second wife, Justine, to whom he's been married for 21 years. They still live part-time in Pennsylvania in Koons' grandparents' house, part of an 800-acre farm where they raise horses and cows.
I think most people don't envision that this is the life you have as a world-famous artist.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm very involved with my work, but on the weekends and summers, holidays, it's a really important part of my life.
Koons has been drawing and painting since childhood. In 1974, while studying art in college, his mother helped him meet one of his favorite surrealist painters.
My mother called me and she said, I just saw in a magazine that Salvador Dali spends half his year in New York City at the St. Regis Hotel. And I thought, oh, okay, maybe, you know, I'll call. And
wait a minute, you just thought you'd call him?
I called the St. Regis. I asked for Salvador Dali's room, and they put me through. You know, I was quite nervous, but I told him I was a fan and that I would enjoy very much to meet him. And he said, can you come to New York this weekend on Saturday? And I said, yes. He said, be in the lobby at 12 o'clock, and I'll meet you then. And he was spectacular.
It would never have occurred to me to, just call Salvador Dali at his hotel room.
I had nothing to lose, you know.
Koons and Dali spent the afternoon together, and at the end of it, he asked the world-renowned artist to pose for this picture.
I remember he put his mustache up, and he was telling me, you know, kid, hurry up. I can't hold this pose all day. But I left New York that evening feeling like I could do this.
After finishing school, he hitchhiked to New York and started making art in his Lower East Side apartment, buying cheap plastic inflatables and putting them on mirrors. Koons had grand ambitions, but he needed cash to realize them.
So eventually I became licensed and registered to sell commodities and mutual funds. And so, you know, that's what I started to do to be able to make more money, to make the works.
That's not a career move a lot of artists make.
Well, you know, I did it only that I could make enough money to make my vacuum cleaner pieces.
The vacuum cleaners he's talking about were what first got him noticed in 1980. He bought about 20 brand new vacuums and displayed them in cases with fluorescent lights. It was part of a series called The New.
I was showing them for their newness, that this was a brand new object. It was never used. You can see that it's clean, it's pristine, its lungs are pure. And there's also some sensual aspects to it too. They can
Sensual aspects?
Sensual, I mean, you have the handle and you have the bag right there. It could be looked at as masculine. Or you could look at it and say, oh, you know, the bag is the womb.
Art definitely is in the eye of the beholder.
What did you think of Jeff Koons as an artist when he first sort of came on the scene?
I was interested in him, and I also was kind of repulsed by him.
Robert Storr, former dean at the Yale School of Art, was a curator at the Museum of Modern Art in New York when it acquired some of Koons's vacuums in 1996.
I think some of the work is really unpleasant, but it doesn't mean it's not serious.
What's unpleasant about it?
The imagery is vulgar, okay? Now, vulgar means many things. It means of the people rather than of the elites.
So it's taking an object which the New York elites might look at and think, oh, that's tacky, that's trashy, that's something you buy in a gift shop, and it's blowing it up and making it perfect and saying that this has value?
It has meaning, not necessarily value, but it has meaning.
What is the message of that?
The message is that it is there to be embraced, that it is not to be mocked, that one should not be smugly sure of one's own taste to the point of denying the possibility of other tastes.
And is he being honest about that?
I think he's being totally honest. And I think that he has made all of that fair game in a way that we have not seen since Warhol.
I come down.
Like Andy Warhol, Jeff Koons has a factory of sorts, with an assembly line of painters meticulously following his instructions, and dozens of digital assistants, sculptors, and craftsmen all over the world helping make his complex pieces, which are often inspired by very simple things.
This is like a very modern grandmother's closet.
Turns out Koons was fascinated by his grandparents' porcelain figurines as a child and has collected hundreds of them.
Where did you find this?
I found it online.
He decided to make this $150 ballerina into a multi-million-dollar 8-foot-tall marble sculpture, but it wound up taking him 12 years. First, he used a CAT scan machine to digitally map every detail of the figurine inside and out. Then it took him 5 years and the help of MIT scientists to begin translating all those details into instructions for machines to carve the sculpture. The actual carving took another 7 years.
Now the work will really progress quickly because...
We went with Koons to a workshop in Pennsylvania to check on the progress and found Ayami Aoyama and her team carefully polishing the ballerina by hand.
Do you have a sense of how many hours of work is done on a piece?
33,000 hours.
33,000 hours.
Hours for just handwork.
It must be exhausting. I mean, the level of detail and monotony and difficulty of it is incredible.
Yeah, it is like a really unique job, I would say.
I mean, that looks like a sort of a dental tool. What is this?
Yeah, that's nail polisher that, you know, the ladies actually
Really?
use. Yeah.
You'll notice Jeff Koons isn't doing the sculpting or painting. He comes up with the ideas and sets the standards, but his artisans do the labor, which has led to criticism, including from our own Morley Safer.
So what do you say to the man?
30 years ago, Morley did a story critiquing contemporary art and likened Koons to a P.T. Barnum selling to suckers.
He doesn't actually paint or sculpt. He commissions craftsmen to do that. Or he goes shopping for basketballs and vacuum cleaners.
Is that a legitimate criticism?
It's a legitimate criticism if you look at art in a way that you kind of want everything to be done by the artists themselves. But it becomes very limited what you can do within one life if you're being responsible for everything. It's like the production of this program right now. Anderson, if you had to be responsible for the lighting, if you had to be responsible for editing.
If I was responsible for the lighting, we wouldn't see you or myself.
But if you'd have to be responsible for everything, I mean, how many programs would you be able to create? I've designed, worked on the systems, so that the whole process, at the end of the day, it's as if every mark was made by myself.
At 68, Koons has reached a level of commercial success few artists ever imagined. He's helped design cars for BMW, an album cover for Lady Gaga, even a super yacht.
That one angle.
And later this year, he hopes to create a permanent art exhibit on the moon. He's made 125 small stainless steel moon sculptures and mounted them on a lunar lander that'll hitch a ride aboard a SpaceX rocket.
Is there something about the atmosphere on the moon that would affect the lifespan of a work?
Yeah, almost everything. You have tremendous radiation. You have the temperature change, at least 250 degrees difference from night to day. One of the most inhospitable environments that you could imagine for a work of art.
The moon sculptures are for sale, of course, along with an NFT, or non-fungible token, which serves as digital proof your artwork is actually up there. You'll also get one of these larger moons to show off here on Earth. He won't say how much it'll cost you, but with Jeff Koons, it's a safe bet the price tag will be out of this world. Jose Andres calls himself a pilgrim from Spain, a chef who arrived here 20 years ago with just $50 in his pocket and a set of cooking knives. But these days, it's hard to call him anything less than an amazing American success story. He was GQ magazine's Chef of the Year, runs restaurants on both coasts, and has been nominated for Outstanding Chef in America by the James Beard Foundation. Jose Andres' personality is enormous, as are his plans to charm America into changing its eating habits. But it's his avant-garde approach to cooking that's really made him famous and has his diners rethinking how much fun food can be.
Eating has to be fun. It has to be a social event, but where you have fun, that you are relaxed. But at the same time that you are relaxed, doesn't mean that you cannot be putting a lot of thought behind what eating, what the food means to you. Minibar is a window into creativity. That's all.
Welcome to Jose Andres' Minibar, a kind of culinary laboratory in Washington, D.C., where I was lucky enough to skip a month-long waiting list for one of just 6 seats.
Very delicate.
Do I drink this or eat?
Drink it.
First course, first surprise, a temperature-layered cocktail.
This is what we call the drink by the chef.
Oh, I didn't even realize this was alcohol.
A cocktail can be made by the bartender, but the cocktail also can be made by the chef.
It's great. It's hot, but it's cold. There's cold underneath it.
Already your taste buds are already being excited because they are asking themselves, what's happening here?
What's happening here is molecular gastronomy, a cooking technique that embraces science and technology. Jose Andres says his 30-course menu is as much about the brain and the eye as the tongue and stomach. Listen to his explanation of the air floating on top of that caviar brioche.
It's like if you're walking in Fifth Avenue and you could open your mouth, and right there, in the middle of Fifth Avenue, you will have that flavor in your mouth. That's what air is all about.
So what's that cone all about?
Bagel and lox. Inside has cream cheese, and instead of a smoked salmon, has salmon raw.
Bagel and lox.
Dishes are a bite or two with some complicated combinations. For example, I wondered why there was cotton candy wrapped around my seafood.
Cotton candy is the most amazing form of caramelization ever invented by men. And you're gonna love it. It's gonna be sweet and the smokiness of the eel.
Chef Andres' dishes are cutting edge.
And opening this door into an unknown world.
So what he thinks about ingredients may surprise you.
I believe the future is vegetables and fruits. They are so much more sexier than a piece of chicken.
You find vegetables and fruit sexy?
Unbelievably sexy. Come on, think about it for a second, okay? Let's compare a chicken breast, the best chicken breast from the best farm, with a beautiful pineapple. Cut the pineapple, already the aromas are inundating the entire kitchen. Has acidity, sour afternotes, touches of passion fruit.
All right, you're making me excited.
Come on, and the chicken breast, it's okay. But I do believe today meat is slightly overrated.
Meat's overrated?
Meat is overrated.
What do you mean?
Well, Meat to me, it's slightly boring. And hold on, I love meat too, but only once in a while. You get a piece of meat, and you put it in your mouth, you chew. The first 5 seconds, all the juices flow around your mouth, they're gone, and then you are 20 more seconds chewing. Something that is tasteless at this point. Something like this doesn't happen with a pineapple, an asparagus, or a green pea.
How would you describe Jose Andres to someone who's never met him or never tried his food?
Expect wonders.
Ruth Reichel is one of America's most respected food writers.
Food is going to do things that you never imagined. It's going to come floating at you. It's going to explode. It's going to have textures that you didn't ever think that would be in your mouth.
So it's not just a gimmick?
It's not a gimmick. It's a kind of magic. It's like a circus of the mouth.
Reichel says Andres started a revolution when he moved to America almost 20 years ago.
He was the first person to really start thinking about molecular gastronomy in this country. And what molecular gastronomy says is, what if we think about deconstructing food?
Deconstructing food?
Deconstructing food, taking the parts of the food, separating them and recombining them in interesting ways.
New England clam chowder.
I love New England clam chowder.
Watch how he deconstructed my favorite soup.
Look at those clams.
And probably America's most traditional one.
The traditional New England clam chowder, the clams are overcooked. These ones are raw. Already so much better.
Every ingredient is the same.
Cream.
Clams, bacon, cream, until he adds the potato.
A potato mousse, but it's the lightest form of potato mousse ever. This is what America is all about. A Spanish boy that came 18 years ago, actually trying to move forward a classic American dish, New England clam chowder.
Wow. It's clam chowder.
Great. My name is Jose Andres, and I cook for a living.
Andres' techniques are so advanced, he's been asked to teach a course in culinary physics next fall at Harvard.
One of the things we're trying to do today is to make sure that we are able to feed people maximum flavor with a minimum quantity of food.
He's been visiting the scientists there for years, working to understand the chemistry of everything in his kitchen. While we were there with him, he spent the better part of a day trying to better understand a complicated emulsion
that surrounds the oil molecule,
known as mayonnaise.
We are surrounded by science. Everything that happens in our lives, especially in food, is a science. Finally, what is happening is that we know the why.
The whys and whats of high school didn't interest Andres too much, so he dropped out and enrolled in a cooking school in Barcelona. His big break came when he was hired into this kitchen where the world's most celebrated chef, Ferran Adrià, trained him in avant-garde cuisine. Jose Andres left for America and in 1993 opened up this classic Spanish tapas bar called Jaleo in Washington, D.C., where he built a reputation and a following. Now the cook, who arrived in this country with a few dollars in his pocket, runs 8 successful restaurants. His latest, called The Bazaar, has him spreading the gospel of Spanish-influenced molecular gastronomy in Beverly Hills. So that's
liquid nitrogen.
That's liquid nitrogen. And that's popcorn.
Caramelized popcorn.
Caramelized popcorn.
Are you ready for this? Because I believe your life is going to change forever. I mean it.
This is going to change my life?
Maybe. Okay. The dragon bread, boy.
What just happened? What's happening in the Bazaar's kitchen is that Andres and his culinary director, Ruben Garcia, are creating dishes with tastes and textures that have customers doing this.
When I cook, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm very selfish, me and my team. We need to please ourselves. We need to make sure that we are convinced of what we are doing and eating, and that we see ourselves in that dish we are creating. If I don't please myself, it's impossible I will be able to please you.
The Bazaar is the only restaurant in Los Angeles with a 4-star review from the LA Times. And getting a reservation here is a bit like getting a seat next to Jack Nicholson at a Laker game.
How are you? That's good.
While Jose Andres is proud of his success in sunny Los Angeles, he's probably prouder of the kitchen he's volunteered at for the last 17 years in this tough Washington, D.C. neighborhood.
I came here as a cook, sharing my time peeling potatoes.
The D.C. Central Kitchen was founded by Robert Egger.
Hey, here is the man.
He says Andres wandered in and offered his expertise just weeks after he moved into town.
We couldn't get rid of him, man. I mean, he came down here and he was always down here helping.
And I always felt like I have to give back to America what America has given me.
He was drawn to their model, a 12-week culinary training course for people with little hope, former prisoners, drug abusers, and the homeless. Now they distribute fresh meals daily prepared from 1 ton of donated surplus food.
Maybe it needs a little bit more time than the zucchini, but...
Staffers say they've stopped being surprised when they hear
Hola, guapa.
Hey. First thing in the morning.
Hey, senor.
When the chef shows up to work.
Chefs of America, we should be more outspoken about the way we are feeding America. Not only about what I'm feeding them in my restaurant or in the great restaurants of America. It's only 1%, 2%, 3% of the Americans that eat in those restaurants. We should be more committed about the other 97% of Americans that don't come to our restaurants. That should be what I hope one day will be my little contribution.
The chef has hired 10 graduates from the D.C. Central Kitchen and personally mentored 50 of their interns. He's also helped raise $1.5 million for the program that helps feed 4,000 people every day.
Do you see yourself as a Spanish chef working in America or an American chef who was trained in Spain?
I see more and more myself as an American chef that was trained in Spain.
At 40 years of age, this unofficial ambassador from Spain is about to open restaurants at the new Cosmopolitan Resort in Las Vegas, also in Miami, Mexico City, and Paris.
Hey, we love you.
Thank you so much. She wears a hat. She looks a lot
But
like
Washington, D.C. remains home for Andres, his wife Patricia, and their 3 daughters, Carlota, Inez, and Lucia. It's also here in D.C. that the chef who wants to change the way America looks at food offered me one last lesson during last call at Minibar.
This is a mojito.
That's a mojito.
That's a mojito. Put this in your tongue, and it's going to explode, and you're going to find this amazing...
It's really good.
Take a look. What you see here, like a solid thing, like you will think, actually inside is liquid, because outside is a very thin membrane, but it's liquid. And you see how we make that? Well, at the end, it's simple. We use a seaweed that we call alginate. We use a salt, that is a salt of calcium, that one with the other allows us to make things like this, espherifications. I don't like to tell people about the ingredients I'm using, but they are very natural, normal ingredients, everyday ingredients. The right use of those ingredients allows me to make dishes like this.
I'm trying to resist licking that off the plate. Wow.
Okay, hey, cut the camera off.
We first met Chef Jose Andres 7 years ago in the wildly popular restaurant he'd opened in Beverly Hills. Andres was born in Spain, but America is where he became famous for his avant-garde approach to cooking. He has nearly 30 restaurants here now, but he's barely set foot in any of them in the past 2 months, not since Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico. Andres went to the devastated island a few days after the storm to see how he could help. He's not a disaster relief expert, so he began doing what he does best. He found a kitchen, bought some ingredients, and began to cook. It's a good Thanksgiving story because that first day, Andres and his small team made about 1,000 meals. Since then, he's recruited an army of chefs and volunteers, and together they've served more than 3 million meals to the hungry people of Puerto Rico.
Voy subiendo, voy bajando. Tú vives como yo vivo cocinando.
Jose Andres is always on the move.
Hey!
In the kitchen, which has become his base of operations in San Juan,
Boom.
he's a culinary commander rallying his troops.
Una más. Voy subiendo, voy bajando.
Preparing meals for so many people is a massive undertaking, requiring trained chefs, thousands of volunteers, assembly lines of sandwiches, 900 on this table alone.
Good ham, good cheese, a lot of mayo.
There's a lot of mayonnaise here.
Yeah.
It's all the more remarkable because none of this was set up before Jose Andres got to Puerto Rico 2 months ago.
I arrived Monday right after the hurricane, and I asked, who is in charge of feeding the people of Puerto Rico? And they told me, everybody. Everybody's in charge. You know, when you have to feed an entire island, you need to have one person and one organization responsible.
There has to be a plan.
Has to be a plan, and somebody has to be responsible for achieving that plan.
Andres came up with his own plan to feed as many of the island's nearly 3.5 million people as possible.
Y 5.36. ¿Está bien?
He started with $10,000 of his own money in cash and pockets full of credit cards.
I mean, how do you arrive at a place, you don't know where the food is, you don't know where access to water is. How did you get off the ground here?
So for me, it was not difficult. The first thing I do, you're a chef. You go and you try to find a kitchen. Everybody was saying, it's no food, it's no food. Well, that was not true. The big food distribution companies had food because they had fuel, they had diesel, they kept the refrigerators and the freezers working.
There was food here.
Plenty of food.
What was the problem?
The problem was the urgency of now. It's a very simple thing when you're a cook. When you are hungry, you gather the food, you gather your helpers, you begin cooking, and then you start feeding people.
He joined up with a local chef named Jose Enrique and other volunteers, cooking enormous pans of paella and stews in a parking lot in San Juan. It wasn't long before they were making more than 100,000 meals a day.
How did you scale it up that quickly?
Well, you know one thing, when these moments happen, we have a tendency to think, we have to feed 3 million people. Almost the idea is impossible.
Seems overwhelming.
It's totally overwhelming, but all of a sudden, imagine you began breaking this. We're gonna be doing now 25,000 meals. And when you do it well for 2 days, you increase it to 50,000. And when you do it well, you increase it to 100,000. And all of a sudden, you scale up in a way that is simple.
It's a big pan.
That's chicken, chickpeas. We try to put good amount of proteins, rice. Every Puerto Rican, I love rice.
Ingredients are often improvised. They cook whatever they can buy. Techniques are improvised as well. Jennifer Herrera says a prayer for Puerto Rico as she pours oil into each pan of rice.
Que Dios bendiga Puerto Rico. Que Dios bendiga Puerto Rico.
The time it takes her to say God bless Puerto Rico is the exact amount of oil she says she needs.
How many blessings do you give Puerto Rico every day?
Thousands of blessings.
With the help of private donations and money from the federal government, Jose Andres' nonprofit organization, Rural Central Kitchen, has prepared more hot meals than any of the other bigger, more experienced disaster relief organizations here, like the Salvation Army and the Red Cross.
Most agencies, if they're giving out food, they're giving out MREs or snacks or not hot meals.
Americans should be receiving 1 plate a day of hot food. That's not too much to ask in America. An MRE is very expensive for the American taxpayer. A hot meal is more affordable, it's cheaper, it's what people really need, it's what people really want. They feel all of a sudden that you are caring for them, that America is caring for them.
You're not just giving calories, you're giving attention to people.
The calories are obvious, but this is a message of hope. This is a message we care. And be patient. Things eventually will get better.
That message of hope is one Andres has been preaching for weeks on social media.
So great, we got the refrigerator and fresh produce. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Documenting his efforts to expand operations around the entire island. At the height of the emergency, he had 18 kitchens going at once and used trucks, cars, and anyone he could find to deliver meals.
All of a sudden, I have Homeland Security helping us deliver sandwiches and water in the most difficult areas of the island. I had cooks from the U.S. Coast Guard helping us, volunteering. We were having so many different men and women coming from the federal government helping us.
There are still plenty of places that need the help. In this community, an hour south of San Juan, there's no electricity. This is the first hot meal this family has eaten in more than 2 weeks. Andres' dedication has inspired others in Puerto Rico to set up kitchens of their own. In a church perched in the mountains of Naguabo, Pastor Eliomar Santana and his parishioners cook hot meals for neighboring communities with the rice, beans, and sausages Andres has provided them.
We have people here with no water, no lights. They lost everything in their house, and they have stopped thinking on that for helping others.
So even though some of your parishioners need help, they're still volunteering here?
Yeah, they're still volunteering.
They're still trying to help other people?
They're still trying to help other people.
Before delivering the food to a nearby housing project, Pastor Santana thanks God and then Jose Andres.
In the church, when you were praying, you thanked God first, and second, you thanked Jose Andres.
Yes, that's very important. But I have to say, always say, God first, then Jose.
Wow, Jose's in good company.
Andres' presence has not been without controversy. He's been critical of the federal government's response to the hurricane, and after attending meetings with FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, he called their headquarters in San Juan the most inefficient place on earth.
Was that the frustration, that it was just bureaucratic, that there were a lot of meetings and you felt like things weren't getting done?
We were already feeding 100,000 people a day, and I needed their help to make sure we had money to keep buying the food, to keep feeding this never-ending list of people in need. And there is where, call it red tape. Nothing was happening.
FEMA did award Andres' World Central Kitchen 2 short-term contracts worth $11.5 million to provide 1.8 million meals. But the agency refused to grant them a third, longer-term contract. Andres thinks the overall response to disaster relief needs to change.
The people of the federal government are great people, but then it's red tape that sometimes doesn't allow that same people to be successful. I didn't put the name emergency on FEMA. I didn't, but somebody's gonna have to tell me the meaning of emergency. To me, when we're talking about food, and this is the little thing I know, is that emergency in food means one thing: people are hungry. And when you're hungry, it's today.
FEMA says, look, to negotiate a big contract, there's a bidding process. You have to have 3 different companies bidding on it, that there's federal government regulations. You say that gets in the way of...
Americans in Puerto Rico were hungry, and we were not delivering food quick enough. And what we did is we didn't plan, we didn't meet. We began cooking, and we began delivering food to the people in need in Puerto Rico. And what we need to make sure is that next time we are not negotiating contracts, that next time the federal government is ready to do what they're supposed to do. Next time something like this happens, maybe an earthquake, maybe another hurricane, or maybe a terrorist attack, we need to make sure we are ready, because the people of America don't deserve anything less.
Jose Andres' passion for disaster relief is a far cry from what excited him when we first met him in his restaurant in Beverly Hills in 2010.
Liquid nitrogen.
That's liquid nitrogen.
Back then, he was leading a kind of culinary revolution, pioneering innovations in molecular gastronomy, marrying science with food in surprising and playful ways.
Are you ready for this? Because I believe your life is going to change forever. I mean it.
This is going to change my life?
Maybe. Okay.
I don't know why I keep doing stories about food, because I don't really eat much and never really think much about food, but it's so interesting to me how, for you, food is at the center of everything.
Anderson, food touches everything. Food is in our DNA. Food touches the economy, food is science, food is romanticism, food is health. Food has many of the opportunities to have a better tomorrow.
That philosophy is at the heart of Andres' humanitarian efforts around the globe. He founded World Central Kitchen after the earthquake in Haiti in 2010.
And I've been here more than 25 times to Haiti.
This past June, months before Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico, we met up with Andres in Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince.
We said we should be having here the freshest fish every day.
He supports an orphanage here and has established a job training program for local chefs. He's also spearheading an effort to reduce the widespread use of charcoal in cooking. Long-term exposure to smoke from cooking indoors on fires kills an estimated 4 million people worldwide every year, most of them women and children. Andres has provided cleaner-burning propane gas stoves to more than 100 schools in Haiti, like this one in Port-au-Prince.
I mean, focusing on stoves, on the idea of clean cook stoves, is not something that a lot of people think about.
I am a cook. I feed a few, but I've always been super interested in feeding the many. And when I've seen some of these women doing the change from the charcoal to the gas, everything changes around them. When we see this woman cooking in the street with charcoal and we eat the plate of food, we should all be asking ourselves how that plate of food can really become an agent of change.
An agent of change.
A true agent of change, one plate at a time. ¿Cómo estás?
Jose Andres spent Thanksgiving in Puerto Rico, continuing to feed people one plate at a time. This has been his biggest undertaking thus far.
Every time it's a rainbow, you know things are gonna get better.
He's scaling back now as the need for emergency food relief here lessens, but he's already thinking about how he can do it better the next time disaster strikes.
Ah, muy bien. Gracias.
Not since the Great Depression have so many in this country faced the prospect of being unable to put food on their table. And it's not just families trying to feed themselves. Farmers, processing plants, and supermarkets have all experienced disruptions. Late Friday, President Trump directed $19 billion in relief for farmers and ranchers to maintain the integrity of our food supply chain and to aid local food banks. To understand the challenges of feeding a nation in the midst of a pandemic, we turn to Chef Jose Andres, whose disaster relief organization, World Central Kitchen, has in the past month helped make and serve more than 2 million free meals in at least 100 American cities. Do we have enough food in the U.S.?
We have enough food. We need to be thinking about how are we feeding ourselves and don't take it ever for granted. How many meals we are going to be by the end of this week?
Jose Andres has been thinking about innovative ways to feed people for decades. First as a world-famous chef, and now also as head of World Central Kitchen, a nonprofit he founded 10 years ago.
How are you?
Earlier this month, we were with him in New York City as he handed out food in Harlem, then checked on one of his kitchens preparing meals for first responders.
A few weeks ago, this place will be full.
This is what's left of Mercado Little Spain, a food hall Andres opened in New York just last year. It's one of 27 restaurants Andres owns in the U.S., nearly half of which are now closed. The rest are open for takeout or are being used to help feed the growing number of Americans who are struggling.
We are using a lot of the ingredients we still have here, and we have a lot of lentils and we had a lot of chorizo.
Before coronavirus, Andres had 1,600 employees. Most have now been furloughed. He's only been able to keep 250 working. These free meals are delivered to military personnel working in a makeshift hospital nearby. After standing in line, 6 feet apart, they get boxes of fresh-cooked penne bolognese.
Do you know how many people you feed here every day?
Out of this one, around 2,000.
2,000 people?
Yeah, but the number is going to keep increasing. The good thing for us, Anderson, is that if all of a sudden we need to go up to 10 or 20,000 people, we are ready. Part of emergencies is to adapt, and to adapt by the day. When you talk about food and water, people don't want a solution 1 week from now, 1 month from now. The solution has to be now. The urgency of now is yesterday.
The urgency of now Andres speaks of is visible all across the country. Food banks are overwhelmed. When this one in San Antonio announced an emergency food distribution earlier this month, more than 10,000 people showed up. Their cars filled an enormous parking lot. Each family was given 200 pounds of food, gallons of milk, chicken, fruit, and dry goods, enough to last 2 weeks. The nation's largest hunger relief organization, a nonprofit called Feeding America, supports a network of 200 food banks and 60,000 local food pantries. But even with hundreds of millions of dollars in donations and federal aid, they're struggling to meet demand.
In a situation like this, people suddenly see how vulnerable we are, or how thin the safety net is for everyone.
We have food banks under the Feeding America umbrella that they've been doing an amazing job. But some of the smaller food banks, they've been running out of budget. They don't have more money to buy, or they are overwhelmed because they don't have enough volunteers.
Andres' Rural Central Kitchen tries to fill what he calls the blind spots, healthcare providers in New York.
Here. Thank you so much.
In Washington, D.C., the elderly and homeless who might not be able to get to a food bank.
How many you think? 25 we've been doing 15. Everything. It's 20 here. 20. Hold on. When this goes away, I come and we hug each other. But now we need to keep distance.
We need to make sure that we keep showing up every day, sending a very clear message. We're here for you, and we're going to take care of you.
Rural Central Kitchen has been taking care of those affected by coronavirus since February. They brought fresh meals to cruise ship passengers quarantined on board the Diamond Princess in Yokohama, Japan. Using strict health protocols they developed while doing emergency relief operations in Mozambique during a cholera outbreak.
The temperature is important.
Jose Andres is vigilant about health precautions,
You're good.
constantly monitoring social distancing
Guys, keep distance there, yeah? Hey, we need more lines on the ground. We need more lines on the ground.
and disinfecting everything along the way.
This district right here is the poorest district in the United States.
Jose Andres' goal is far more ambitious than just handing out free meals. He wants the federal government to pay restaurants across America to hire back employees and feed the hungry.
There's that.
To prove it can work, Rural Central Kitchen is already doing it. They're spending millions of dollars raised through donations to partner with more than 400 restaurants.
It keeps people employed in the restaurant, delivery people, cooks, and it also serves vulnerable populations.
What we've been doing is use the systems that are already in place. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You only have to change the way you think.
Rural Central Kitchen has given money to restaurants in Los Angeles, New Orleans, Chicago, and dozens of other cities. In Washington, D.C., they're paying this Michelin star restaurant, Maidan, $10 a meal to feed people in need. Andres insists the food be nutritious and tasty. Today, it's grilled chicken kebabs, carrots, and lentils that'll be delivered to 80 senior citizens.
We partner with them. We tell them, listen, we need you to help us feed this police station, this fire station, this hospital, this elderly home, and we need you to be doing so many meals per day during so many weeks. This is the way for us to be responding so quickly in so many cities at once.
It's a model we first saw him develop in Puerto Rico in 2017 after Hurricane Maria. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, was unable to provide meals for all those in need. So Andres began mobilizing existing kitchens, food distributors, and an army of volunteers to prepare and serve meals around the island. They did it so well, FEMA awarded Rural Central Kitchen 2 contracts in Puerto Rico worth $11.5 million. Now, in the midst of this pandemic, Andres is lobbying Republican and Democratic lawmakers to prioritize food as a national security issue and get restaurants back to work by feeding the hungry.
I do believe the federal government has to be playing a bigger role, not throwing money at the problem, but investing into the solutions. Government has to protect the restaurants because every dollar goes into a restaurant when you dine out, trickles down across the economy in a way no other business does. We are able to pay the farmers and pay the fishermen and pay the people that do the delivery. And we are able to pay, obviously, our cooks and our waiters and bartenders.
It's a bigger industry than the airline industry.
Restaurants in America are the DNA of a functioning America. Will not be an America as we know it if those restaurants don't come back to be part of the American way of life.
You think that's a model that could actually work?
Yeah, I think it's the model that will have to work. Look,
Craig Fugate was head of FEMA for 8 years under President Obama. He likes the idea of government funding restaurants to help the hungry. We spoke with him via remote interview from Florida.
What would it take to have that system be in place?
Well, it'd be pretty straightforward. Local governments would issue the contracts to local vendors, produce meals under their authority to feed people in a disaster, and they would send that to the state, and the state would ultimately send it to FEMA for reimbursement.
The sudden closing of restaurants did more than cost workers their jobs. It created widespread disruption throughout the nation's food supply chain. Before the pandemic, by one estimate, 24 million cases of food were delivered every day to restaurants, schools, and large venues that serve meals. It was usually sent in bulk, and to repackage it for sale in grocery stores takes time and money. With restaurants closed, demand for butter and cheese has dropped significantly. One reason dairy farmers are dumping as much as 3.5 million gallons of milk every day. The farmers, who can no longer get their products to restaurants and other customers, are discarding millions of pounds of fresh fruit and vegetables. This newly harvested zucchini and squash has been left to rot in a Florida field.
There's harvests from now through August around the country. These next couple of months are crucial for the food supply.
I don't believe the food supply is going to be an issue if we prepare for it. But if small farmers don't have anybody to sell, and all of a sudden they start planting less, because seeds cost money, and all of a sudden, a few months from now, that output of food that we took for granted disappears, there is a little issue we face.
Craig Fugate shares Jose Andres' concerns.
Again, I don't think we run out of food per se, but I think being able to get fresh produce, get meats, a variety will go away. We may see a lot of grain and cereal-based products filling in as the primary nutrients in the short run. But definitely, if we see big disruptions to the production, particularly the consumables of fresh produce, dairies and milk, poultry operation, eggs, and meat, those are what I see as the most vulnerable because they're the most people-intensive.
This past week, a meatpacking facility in Colorado, where 4 workers died from the virus, was closed down. And in South Dakota, a Smithfield Foods pork plant, which produces 18 million servings of pork a day, was also closed. More than 600 employees have tested positive there, and at least 1 worker has died.
What do you want to make sure that people in government are thinking about now with this crisis when it comes to food supply?
Think big. Think worst case scenario. You plan for that. You don't wait for it to happen, or you don't hope it won't happen.
Let me just say to all of you that are working in the food industry at every level across the country, just understand that you are vital.
Vice President Pence recently tried to reassure food industry workers in farms and factories that efforts were being made to keep their workplaces safe.
And we need you to continue as a part of what we call our critical infrastructure to show up and do your job.
But by the Department of Agriculture's own statistics, roughly half of hired crop farm workers are undocumented immigrants, as are many who work in food processing plants. That means, despite being an essential part of our critical infrastructure, they're still vulnerable to arrest and deportation.
Part of the problem is because they're undocumented and the fear of being deported, they may not be reporting in sick or getting treatment or being isolated, and therefore causing more spread because they're not given the same protection as other workers.
They're also, in some cases, working shoulder to shoulder in fields or on meat processing plants.
Yeah, doing social distancing in a lot of the agricultural operations will be almost impossible.
It's sort of ironic that all of a sudden undocumented immigrants are now considered essential in the United States to feed the rest of us.
Yeah, it finally took a pandemic to make people realize without foreign-born workers, much of our economy doesn't work.
A situation like this, it highlights problems that already exist in society that people haven't noticed. Suddenly, you see things. It's like an X-ray machine.
In moments like these, inequalities manifest themselves exponentially.
Jose Andres is an immigrant from Spain. He became an American citizen in 2013. He hopes that when this virus is finally under control, we don't forget all those who kept working to feed the rest of us.
When this is done, do you think it changes the way we'll see people?
If we don't have a big explosion of empathy in this country around the world, I don't know when we will. From now on, we're going to be giving the respect they deserve to the delivery pizza guys, to the woman sitting on a supermarket feeding entire families in a neighborhood only by being there and putting her life at risk. All of a sudden, that immigrant that you thought that maybe you didn't like is the one that is being helping feed your community. All of a sudden, we are going to be more respectful to everyday Americans, because now those everyday Americans, in my eyes, they are the heroes that kept America going, that kept America fed.
Mark Bradford is widely considered one of the most important and influential artists in America today. His abstract canvases, which often deal with complex social and political issues, hang in major museums around the world and on the walls of big collectors and some small ones like me. Bradford's art may look like paintings, but there's hardly any paint on them. They're made out of layers and layers of paper, which he tears, glues, power washes, and sands in a style all his own. When he began making art in his 30s, Bradford couldn't afford expensive paint, so he started experimenting with end papers that are used for styling hair. He got the idea while working as a hairstylist in his mom's beauty shop in South Los Angeles. He was broke, struggling, and didn't sell his first painting until he was nearly 40.
I heard a story that when you sold your first artwork in 2001, you called up your mom. Do you remember what you said to her?
I said, girl, I think I found a way out of the beauty shop. Girl, I think I found a way out of the beauty shop, yeah. Yeah, because I had no idea how I was going to stop being a hairstylist, because that's really the only thing that I knew. I didn't have a problem with being a hairstylist, but that's all I knew.
It's incredible to think that 2001 is when you first sold a work.
Yeah.
And now...
I still sell works.
Yeah, you sure do.
I sure do.
This is the top.
His first painting sold for $5,000. Now they can sell for more than $10 million. This new one was bought by the Broad Museum in Los Angeles. They have 9 other Bradfords in their collection.
1, 2, 3.
It's called Deep Blue. It's 12 feet high, 50 feet long, and took a full day to install.
That's all right. That is all right.
None of those colors you see are paint. It's all paper layered on canvas. It's abstract, but not entirely. See those lines that form a grid? It's a street map of the Watts neighborhood in Los Angeles. The colored balls show where properties were damaged in 1965 after 6 days of violent civil unrest, protests over police brutality and racial inequality. We first saw the painting nearly a year ago when Bradford had just started working on it in his studio in South Los Angeles. He'd already made the map of Watts out of bathroom caulking. The following month, when we stopped by again, he'd laid down 14 layers of colored paper and covered it all up with a layer of black.
So there's a map underneath here.
Yes.
Of Watts.
Uh-huh. All these little points are what was looted, what was destroyed. So I kind of start from a map, and then on top of it, I think I lay art history and my imagination, all 3.
Bradford uses household tools to make his paintings. He likes to buy everything at Home Depot.
My motto is if Home Depot didn't have it, Mark Bradford didn't use it.
That's your motto.
That's my motto. That was my motto. To this day.
Building up the layers of paper on the canvas is just the beginning of his process. He then starts to peel, cut, and sand them down, which can take months.
It's like an archaeological dig.
It is like an archaeological dig. It's like history. I'm creating my own archaeological or psychological digs. Sometimes when I'm digging on my own painting, I'm asking myself, well, exactly what are you digging for? Where do you want to go, child? Oh, see, look at that. See, now see that I like.
A lot of people get an abstract painting and think it's squiggles, it's torn paper. I don't understand it.
Yeah, that's true. But for me, those squiggles and torn paper gives me a space to kind of unpack things, like the Watts riots. I'm grappling with how I feel about that subject and that material. I do grapple with things. I grapple with things personally and You know, racially and politically, what does it mean to be me?
Mark Bradford has been grappling with that question in his art for the last 18 years, from making paintings out of street posters like those offering predatory loans in low-income neighborhoods, to creating works that address HIV/AIDS, racism, and the complexity of American history. He's 57 years old now, and at 6'8" stands out in a crowd. He still lives in South Los Angeles, where he grew up. When he was 8, he says, he began to get bullied by neighborhood kids.
That was the first time I felt different. That was the first time I was aware of my sensitivity. That's the first time someone said, "Oh, you're a sissy." I definitely knew that I had to learn to navigate in a more cautious way so that I could survive. I just never had a problem being me.
So even though they were calling you sissy, it didn't make you want to try to change yourself?
Not really. No, not really. I just didn't want to get my ass whooped.
He was raised by his mother, Janice Banks, who owned her own beauty salon. That's where Bradford would head every day after school.
I knew that I had to find a way to get across the schoolyard. I knew that my mother was always going to be there once I got across the schoolyard. And maybe I was in the hair salon every day watching women get across the schoolyard. You know, I would hear their stories. I would watch them go through, and I just thought, if they can do it, I most certainly can do it.
Mark Bradford started working in the salon as a teenager, eventually becoming a hairstylist. It was a safe place where he could be himself, but that feeling disappeared in 1981 when his friends began dying from AIDS.
I knew a storm was coming. I knew that. In the gut, I knew that. And people were just dying. That's what it felt like to me at 18 years old. I just was thinking, how are we going to make it through?
Did you think you would make it through?
No, I didn't think I'd make it through.
Thinking he didn't have a future, he didn't plan for one. But when he was nearly 30, he took art classes at a junior college, and he says it clicked.
There was the reading and learning about different scholars and feminism and deconstructing modernism and all that. I just, oh man, I'm really into this. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but yeah.
And you'd still work at the hair salon?
Oh, every day.
And so you'd be studying while at the hair salon?
Oh, absolutely. I put the book in their lap and say, girl, read that back to me.
He won a scholarship to the California Institute of the Arts, but struggled to make money as an artist. When he was 39, he finally had a breakthrough.
I was working on a head. At
the beauty salon?
Beauty salon, yeah. Because I was still working the hair salon, Anderson. I told you that.
I just didn't know that terminology.
I was hooking it up.
Okay.
Right. Late at night, I was tired as hell, too. And just end papers fell on the floor. And I looked down and I thought, oh, they're translucent. Oh, I could use these.
End papers are small, rectangular tissues used to make permanent waves in hair. Bradford began burning the paper's edges and lining them up into grids he glued onto bed sheets.
I knew I was onto something. I knew this was bridging. This material came from a site outside of the paint store. I think early on I was trying to weave these two sides of who I was together, the art world and the sites that I had come from, the life that I had led. I didn't want to leave any of it behind. I didn't want to edit out anything.
Private collectors began snapping up his end paper paintings, and his career took off. He's now a celebrity in the art world, and his gallery openings are star-studded events.
How are you?
At the latest one in Los Angeles, Beyonce and Jay-Z, who own several Bradfords, stopped in. The 10 paintings in this exhibition sold out before the gallery doors opened.
Look how nice this is. Wow, it's gorgeous.
Bradford and his partner, more than 20 years, Alan DeCastro, are committed to using contemporary art and their own money to revitalize the neighborhood Bradford grew up in. In 2014, they opened Art and Practice, with Eileen Harris Norden, the first collector to buy Bradford's work. It's a nonprofit complex of buildings that includes a gallery, lecture spaces, and his mother's old beauty salon.
This is the last hair salon that my mom worked in, and then I took it over from her. It was in the 90s. It was called Foxy Hair.
They turned Foxy Hair into a center for young adults transitioning out of foster care.
I would run down the block in here and buy myself whatever I needed to put back on the hair.
But we were surprised to learn that Mark Bradford still styles hair. He does it for some of his former clients from the beauty shop, who are also among his closest friends.
When you look around, does his art make sense to you?
It does. It's like a map of outer space.
I mean, I look at it, it's beautiful, but I don't really
get it.
No.
He gave me something from his studio a long time ago, and I put it in my garage.
She did.
Wow. I put it in my garage. This is before he got popular, I guess. And it's all torn up. And this guy was like, you know, you have something like a Mona Lisa. I'm like, for real?
Wow.
No.
Y'all wrong for that.
I don't see it.
You don't see it.
I don't. But I like how you give a little insight of like what's going on in our community. I know that much about your art. So that much I really like.
Bradford's latest work continues to focus on difficult and controversial issues. This painting, which is prominently displayed in the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, is called 150 Portrait Tone and was made in response to the 2016 fatal police shooting of Philando Castile during a traffic stop in Minnesota.
He was trying to get out his ID and his wallet out his pocket, and he let the officer know.
Castile's girlfriend, Diamond Reynolds, live-streamed the incident. Bradford was so haunted by her words, he made them into this painting.
Please don't tell me this, Lord. Please, Jesus, don't tell me that he's gone.
It's really the conversation that his girlfriend is having.
With multiple people, which I was fascinated by.
Why were you fascinated by it?
How composed she was. She was having a conversation with her daughter in the back seat, with Philando, who was passing away, with God, with us, Facebook, and with the policeman, all simultaneously. It was visual and textual and heartbreaking and heroic and strong all at the same time.
In another major new work, Bradford turned his gaze to the Civil War. It's called Pickett's Charge, and it's a reimagining of a pivotal Union victory at the Battle of Gettysburg. It was commissioned by the Smithsonian's Hirshhorn Museum in Washington, D.C. Bradford used as his starting point blown-up photos of a 19th century panoramic painting of Pickett's Charge, a painting which offers a romanticized view of the Confederacy. He then added layers of paper and cords over it, then carefully gouged, shredded, and ripped it apart.
They almost feel like lacerations, almost scarring. That's what those feel like. And a little bit like bullet wounds, like it really punctures.
It's a 360-degree painting that raises many questions in Bradford's mind, particularly about how we look at history.
It's looking at it through a different lens.
Yes, that's the feeling that I wanted you to have, that history was laying on top of it, gouging into it, erasing it, bits of it showing. It's kind of me revising it.
So is this a more accurate representation of history?
I don't really believe history's ever fully accurate.
It's acknowledging that.
It's acknowledging the gaps,
right?
The things we don't know.
So many people have come to see Pickett's Charge, the Hirshhorn has extended the exhibition for 3 more years. Bradford is already working on new paintings for shows in China, London, and New York.
Do you worry about the vagaries of the art world? What is popular today, 20 years from now?
Oh, no, I wouldn't have, no. I have never...
I mean, art has value because people believe it has value.
I think art has value because it has value. I'm not going to wait for somebody else to tell me my work has value. I certainly wasn't going to wait on people to tell me I had value. I'd probably still be waiting. It has value because I think it has value. And then if other people get on the value, Mark Bradford value train, great.
If you want to start a spirited debate at your next holiday meal, ask your guests which country invented wine. France, Italy, or Greece might come to mind. But most scholars say Georgia, the small former Soviet republic, is the birthplace of wine. Scientists say wine residue found on pieces of pottery in Georgia dates back 8,000 years. The country, of nearly 4 million, shares a border with Russia and has survived thousands of years of invasions and wars. Multiple dynasties have come and gone, but somehow many Georgian grapes survived. Tonight, we'll take you on a journey through Georgia to meet the promoters and protectors of Georgia's ancient vines. When you first set foot in Georgia's capital, Tbilisi, she's hard to miss. Perched high up over the city, the towering mother of Georgia wields a sword in her right hand to fend off her enemies and a bowl of wine in her left to welcome friends. That welcome and the country's deep history of winemaking winds through Georgia. The vines of city dwellers cling to tiny balconies. Small family vineyards stretch along the countryside. And larger producers export millions of bottles globally. But to fully understand the rich history of wine in Georgia, we went to the fertile river valley of Kakheti to see the Alaverdi Monastery. At the foot of the Caucasus Mountains, the monastery looks like a fortress. We were invited inside its walls. Our host was Georgian Orthodox Bishop David. He oversees 3 monks who live on the grounds of the medieval compound. It is a quiet life, committed to God and the godly pursuit of creating a perfect glass of wine.
How many bottles of wine do you make here a year?
20,000 bottles with a maximum of 50,000 bottles. Our wine cellar's capacity is 30 tons of wine.
4 monks, 20,000 bottles. This is a lot of work. Do they ever sleep?
We sleep and work at the same time.
Locals help work the land. But for centuries, the monks have been the guardians of these ancient vines. The monastery dates back to the 6th century. Bishop David told us vines were planted on day 1.
Does making wine make you feel closer to God?
Of course. Whenever we are in the vineyard or the wine cellar, we always feel that God is close to us.
Grapes have long held a sacred place in Georgia. In ancient times, wine was considered a divine drink and offered to the gods to win favor. Georgian soldiers tied a piece of grapevine inside the chest of their uniforms to protect them and to assure that if they died in battle, a vine would sprout from their heart. Man was mortal, but Georgian vines eternal. For centuries, the Georgian monks have made wine the same way, producing reds, whites, and even ambers. More on that in a moment. The process is uniquely Georgian. Under the monastery, buried 6 feet deep in the ground, giant clay pots called qvevri are used to ferment, store, and age the wine. It is the traditional way to make wine in Georgia. Many homes have qvevris in their cellar. But today, there are only a handful of qvevri makers who carry on the tradition of hand-building these clay beasts. Some hold nearly 900 gallons of wine. Pressed grapes, skins, stalks, and the juice are all mixed into the qvevri, which is buried in the ground to maintain a constant temperature. Every day during the harvest, the monks make their way through the hallowed halls of the monastery to bless the wine cellar, the grapes, and toast the bounty their vineyards bring. Most of the monks' wine is sold. Some is shared during Sunday communion inside the Alaverdi Cathedral. On this day, a haunting chant stirred inside the cathedral dome. The chant, called "You Are the Vineyard," was written 900 years ago by a former king turned monk to honor Georgia's deep connection to its religion and wine. Lit by candles, it's hard to see the scars of the cathedral. It survived earthquakes and invasions. In an attempt to erase Georgian culture, Russians whitewashed the cathedral interiors in the 20th century, covering up 11th century frescoes, and used the monastery's qvevris to store their gasoline. But miraculously, many of the vines were unharmed. Bishop David says today, 100 grape varieties, some dating back 900 years, are still grown on the monastery's grounds.
And how does the wine taste?
Not to talk about taste, it's better to taste it ourselves.
Sitting near the ancient Quevries, the bishop opened a bottle.
When tasting the Quevri wine for the first time, a person might think they are trying something very different.
Ooh, it does look golden. Amber. Look at that color.
And they say in Georgia that the eye drinks and the eye eats. That's what we have to thankful to God.
There's much to be thankful to God about in this glass.
Of course, it could not be any other way.
Heavenly, with notes of citrus, spices, and honey. It is complex, like the history of Georgia, but in a glass. Georgia's future is also tied to its wines, inspiring chefs like Takuna Gachichi Lodze.
How much is wine a part of the story of this country?
This is, the question, wine or food or wine, It's so together because we don't imagine our everyday life without the wine. And the wine, it's one of the most important part in our history and our culture and in food also.
49-year-old Takuna wasn't supposed to be a chef. While pursuing a psychology degree in New York, she was working at a restaurant and fell in love with both the chef and cooking. She dropped the psych degree and the chef and enrolled in culinary school in Manhattan. A master chef, Takuna is now known as the godmother of Georgia's culinary evolution. She runs the popular Cafe La Terra in the capital of Tbilisi, a restaurant known for its adventuresome menu and wine pairings.
You're credited with revolutionizing Georgian cuisine. How have Georgians responded to that?
I just started to experiment, and then I was started to do new recipes based on the traditional ones, and then give this choice, to people. And in the beginning, it was big resistance. The people think you have to keep tradition and untouched. But for me, tradition is always innovation, because every dish was somehow innovative when it started.
Georgia sits at the crossroads of Europe and Asia. A Georgian dinner can look and taste like a trip around the world.
All these influences, starting from China, even from America to Europe, it's gathered here. It was a hub. And that's why our cuisine, traditional cuisine, it was always fusion. So
Georgia was fusion before fusion was fusion.
Exactly. And also because so many invasions, and we were always under the rule of different countries. And this brought these different tastes and the spices and also cooking methods. This is all yours.
Oh, gosh. Perfect.
Culinary clashes are my favorite kind of conflicts to cover. I reported for duty at the dinner table.
That's amazing. Okay. Yes, it's beautiful.
This is our first dish, like an appetizer. It's called phalis, the vegetables with walnuts. We cook in Georgia lots with the walnuts.
Walnuts are one of the workhorses of Georgian cuisine, pulverized and used the same way the French use butter, to make everything creamier. Not surprisingly, grape leaves are also a favorite ingredient.
This is tolma, and you can't imagine any table without this dish.
Our dinner included 5 courses with 6 dishes, each with a different glass of wine.
We have this like a filet mignon.
Do you have a couch that I can recline on?
Yes.
Chef Takuna insisted we taste everything because the wines came from different regions and each had its own unique flavor.
We have so many great winemakers, and it is like a new revolution, and not losing the old traditions. They improve it and then continue doing the great wines.
But there is no wine more distinctly Georgian than this.
You see the difference
of
the
color
colors?
Of this.
Yeah. That's why it's called amber.
Not orange.
Yeah, no.
Not orange.
Never orange.
No.
Americans know what to do with red wine, we know what to do with white wine, but if you put an amber wine out, I would not know what I should be serving that with.
Actually, this is what's very interesting. Amber wine, it's like a universal wine. You can drink with the vegetables, you can drink with meat, but this is what makes it unique, you know? You can pair almost with everything.
It's versatile. So I noticed you said you don't like to eat when you're cooking, but you will have a sip, right?
But I drink.
Fine, then you can stay. 2 hours later, the warmth of Georgian hospitality, or perhaps all that wine, washed over us.
It's like a Georgian saying that the guests are from the gods. So you have to treat the guest like you treat the gods.
We usually hear about guests from hell, but guests from the gods sounds a lot better.
In Georgia, we got guests are really from the gods. Cheers.
When we come back, you'll meet a guest who came to Georgia for the culture, food, and wine 25 years ago and never left. Today, he's credited with helping to put Georgian wines on the map and menus around the world. When most of us order wine, we look for a favorite variety, consider the region, the age, or perhaps the cost. But ordering a glass of wine from Georgia can be a bit more complicated. The former Soviet bloc nation is the size of West Virginia, but offers more than 40 varieties of wine, each with a tongue-twisting name from vines centuries old. Still, Georgian wine is gaining popularity beyond the country's borders. Last year, nearly 1.5 million bottles of it were shipped to the United States, an increase of nearly 30% from the previous year. We headed to Georgia's wine country to get a taste for ourselves. Stretched along eastern Georgia, more than 4,000 square miles of vineyards sit at the base of its mountains like a welcome mat. This is the Kakheti region. 3/4 of the grapes used to make wine in Georgia are grown here. In the middle of one of Kakheti's hundreds of vineyards, we met an unlikely ambassador of Georgian wine, an American, 47-year-old John Werdeman.
How does an American end up with all of this?
Well, it started with a curiosity for a country that the more I learned about it, the more fascinating it was, and nobody seemed to know anything about it, at least in my world.
Werdeman grew up a world away in Santa Fe, New Mexico. He was studying art in Russia when he visited neighboring Georgia. He liked it so much, he moved here, and in 2006, bought a 62-acre rundown vineyard, hired locals, and started Pheasant's Tears Winery. Georgia is the birthplace of wine. The mild climate and rich soil have made it an ideal place to grow hundreds of varieties of grapes for thousands of years. At one time, the country reportedly had more than 1,400 indigenous grape varieties. Most were wiped out during the Soviet era, when quantity replaced diversity. John Werdeman is part of a national effort to recultivate Georgia's ancient vines and bring them back to life.
So in Soviet times, out of 525 varieties, you had roughly 4 or 5 that were the main ones that were commercially available.
So what happened to the rest?
Luckily, Georgians were still growing them in their backyard. They were allowed to have small private plots for their own personal use, and they kept the ancestral varieties going. So when we wanted to start to bring back these ancient varieties together with our friends, that was where we were going. We were going to the individual backyards of farmers that kept growing the varieties that their grandfathers and great-grandfathers had kept alive.
Clawing back all of the grape varieties is something Georgians take seriously, a kind of declaration of independence from their former Soviet rulers. In 2014, the Georgian government opened 2 research centers to locate, study, and grow those rare grape vines. Scientists head into the vineyards once a week to gather critical data. DNA of grape leaves is analyzed. Juice is extracted in the field and then tested in labs for disease. Healthy vines are replanted. Today, there are more than 500 native grape varieties growing in Georgia. At Pheasant's Tears, ancient Georgian methods are used to make the wine. Stems, skins, and juice are all mixed together, then poured in giant qvevris buried deep underground and sealed with clay, where the mixture ferments and ages.
This is our lower qvevri level.
Is all the wine here made in qvevris?
Most all of it. There's a couple of wines we'll be tasting later that are on the fresher, lighter side from Western Georgia that we use stainless steel, but everything of structure.
So based on where they are, they have a different taste?
Yeah, if they're in a space that breathes versus a reductive space.
The wine typically remains inside the qvevris for 9 months.
This is where we age the wines.
Then it's bottled and stored in a cellar.
So when are these bottles from?
These are from the last 15 years, but it allows us to understand how the wines develop and what is the most ideal time and for releasing.
Nothing is rushed in Georgia, something we witnessed during lunchtime at the vineyard.
For the harvest of 2023, may it be healthy and long living.
Workers were celebrating the harvest with a traditional Georgian feast called a supra, a lavish meal typically held after weddings, funerals, baptisms, and births. During our lunch, guests broke into song. This is a traditional Georgian folk song, centuries old. A few guests started dancing. Lunch hour stretched into dinner. And then came the toasts.
For children, and for the children that are continuing the tradition.
A half dozen of them before dessert.
With so many toasts, so many songs and dancing, it's amazing anybody eats.
Yeah, but the supras last for quite a long time. If workers go out to work for a few hours in the field and they come back together, they'll have a supra and they'll have toasts about the things that mean the most to them in life. For Georgian winemaking, for the grapes, the history, the vessel, the varieties, and the songs that were built around the feast. Some people have called the Georgian supra an academy, where basically people come together in order to share what they know and to learn from one another.
But John Werdeman says schooling the rest of the world on Georgian wines hasn't been so easy. First, there are at least 40 varieties of Georgian wines being served around the world, and even the most sophisticated sommelier might struggle to just pronounce them. Saparavi, Casatelli, and Mitzvani don't exactly roll off the tongue. Then there's the issue of that unusual color, the giant ginger elephant in the glass.
I've noticed a couple people we've spoken to here, when you say orange wine, they shudder a little bit and say, it's amber. Is there any difference?
No, in terms of modern wine syntax, they're synonyms. But I was also a little bit part of the early conversations where when we were talking about orange wine from Georgia, people were worried, is this some sort of citrus concoction being sold outside of Atlanta?
What is it that creates that beautiful color?
So you're basically leaving the must or the juice of the grapes with skins, the pips, and sometimes the stems. Basically extracting both pigment as well as phenolic structure from the skins. So that's changing the flavor as well as the color. But it's also, a lot of our preconceptions can affect how we perceive the wine. Because if you were to show them that same wine in a black glass, they might say, what a delightfully refreshing light red. But when they see it from a white grape, they think, is this somehow a bit clumsy or rustic or why? You know, this doesn't taste like my Sauvignon Blanc that I'm used to drinking.
A little frustrating.
A friend of mine who's a master of wine in London has a beautiful saying that she gave at a conference once. She said, the orange or amber wines of Georgia are not the mean sisters of whites, but the introspective cousins of reds.
But over the last decade, the Georgian family of wines, reds, whites, and even ambers have been embraced around the globe. Last year, Georgia exported over 140 million bottles of wine to more than 65 countries.
What do you attribute to that kind of growth?
I think in the very beginning we were walking around with maps and photographs and saying that no, we're not, swarthy versions of Russians, but Georgians have their own language, their own wine culture, their own culinary culture, history that is very ancient, and try the wines, but it took a fair amount of effort to get people to give us the benefit of the doubt and even to try.
Over the past decade, more than 2,000 new vineyards have taken root in the country. And last year, Georgian winemakers made more than $100 million.
All of a sudden, it's like watching a black and white picture of a rainbow come to color again. This diversity and expanse of color is coming back to the Georgian table after sleeping for almost a few centuries.
For Georgians, it's another reason to celebrate. For the rest of the world, it's a chance to taste history.
Just a couple of shavings of black truffles from France, known as black diamonds, can cost hundreds of dollars in a restaurant in Paris. White truffles from Italy can cost more than 3 times as much. Truffles are a fancy, delicious delicacy, some say an aphrodisiac, and ounce for ounce the most expensive food in the world. If you go to France and Italy, as we did, you learn quickly that truffles are under siege because they're becoming scarce. They're being trafficked like drugs, stolen by thugs, and threatened by inferior imports from China.
He found one already? Where? He found one? Oh my God. Oh, smell that.
In the beautiful Italian province of Perugia, truffle hunters roam the frosty hills with their trained dogs, who sniff out these lumpy mushrooms when they're ripe, one at a time, as they have for centuries.
Wow.
Truffles grow wild underground, usually at the base of an oak tree. They used to use pigs, but they ate the truffles.
Very rich American people, they only see truffles on the table of a very elegant restaurant. They don't see this. Now you know why they are expensive, right?
Olga Urbani may be the only person in the world who goes truffle hunting in a full-length fur coat and a Caribbean tan. But in the truffle business, she can pretty much do what she wants.
Olga, yeah!
Her company, Urbani, controls 70% of the world's truffle trade.
When you find the truffles, it's like to have a miracle.
Another one.
Other countries, including the U.S., have tried cultivating truffles with only limited success.
Oh, another one?
It's the combination of European red soil and rainy summers that produce an especially rich, earthy flavor. The price these truffles command make hunters act like they're mining for gold.
So this is $1,000? Just right there is $1,000.
And it's why the hunters value their dogs more than just about anything.
He said, I really love my wife, but the dog.
These truffles will go right to the Urbani factory, where they're washed, sorted, and either frozen or canned or flown fresh to fancy restaurants like New York's DB Bistro Moderne, home of the $150 hamburger smothered with truffles. A few shavings on pasta can run you even more. At an auction in Macau in 2010, this 2-pound white truffle sold for $330,000, a record amount.
It's not like agriculture. People don't put a seed in the ground.
No.
And they're a fungus.
They're underground fungus.
So the farmer really can't make it happen.
No. They can't do anything. We can't do anything. You're always on the phone, many telephones, saying, sorry, I don't have. And I wish I had 100 tons a day to make everybody happy.
In France, the truffle is so revered that in the village of Uzès, a special mass is held in its honor. Churchgoers not only put money in the collection plate, they also add truffles. There's a reason for the special prayers. Because of climate change, the harvests are down from an annual haul of 2,000 tons of truffles 100 years ago to just 30 tons today. The scarcity and high prices have attracted elements of organized crime who've turned the truffle trade into something resembling the drug trade.
The reality is, behind the popularity of the truffle lies a dangerous world.
My house is your house.
One of Europe's most famous truffle connoisseurs is the larger-than-life French chef and restaurateur known simply as Bruno.
Is it like the mafia?
Yes.
Really?
It's good, a good name.
Well, explain.
It's very difficult to explain because it's very dangerous for me.
At Bruno's restaurant in the heart of Provence, wealthy Europeans helicopter in from Paris and Monaco just to eat lunch. Bruno goes through about 5 tons of truffles a year, which his chefs shave on everything from potatoes to this amazing lobster dish. But Bruno says the growing black market has led to people coming to his place not just to eat truffles, but to steal them.
The robbers came and got your truffles.
Yes, they stole 200 kilos of truffles.
200 kilos from you.
They didn't steal my money, they stole my truffles.
Some of the stolen truffles, we were told, are brought to markets like this one in Richerange, where middlemen sell out of the backs of cars or trucks. But large quantities change hands in back alleys. We witnessed this transaction where the buyers and sellers wanted their identities hidden. In less than a minute, 50 pounds of truffles were exchanged for 30,000 euros, about $40,000, with no questions asked about where the truffles came from.
There's a problem of confidentiality and secrecy, and that encourages a mafia-like attitude.
Michel Tournay, a third-generation truffle farmer, says that local trufflers have been carjacked, beaten with baseball bats, and even killed. Thieves came and stole his truffles, his trees, and worse, his dogs.
When they took your dogs, what did you do?
I looked for them all over Europe. I found a world I didn't know about. It's a world that's rotten to the core.
Did you find your dogs?
Never. But it's not criminals or climate change that worry the trufflers the most. It's China. For years, Chinese farmers used truffles as feed for their pigs. That was until a businessman supposedly said, "The hell with the pigs, let's feed the French," even if the taste of a Chinese truffle leaves something to be desired.
Let's talk about the Chinese truffle. What?
Catastrophique.
Catastrophic?
La truffe chinoise, ça vaut rien.
The Chinese truffle is worthless.
Pas de parfum, no parfum.
No perfume, you couldn't smell
No
it,
parfum.
nothing.
Troisièmement, pas de goût.
No taste?
No.
If I went
No,
to China and took it out of the ground, it still wouldn't taste as good.
No, it's like eating wood.
She says that's because of the way truffles in China are farmed. Unlike in France, where dogs smell when a truffle is ripe, the Chinese rake at the earth with no dogs, as a CBS News producer in China discovered, and harvest the truffles the minute they find them, which explains why, while the two truffles look the same, the price is drastically different.
Prices of winter truffles is about $1,000 a pound. A pound of Chinese, maybe $20, $30. There are many people, bad people, who mix them. So maybe they put a 30% of Chinese, 70% of...
And they think you won't see it?
On the day we were at the Urbani factory, sorters found a number of Chinese truffles mixed in with that day's purchases. They were separated out into specially marked red baskets. More and more Chinese truffles are slipped in with the good French or Italian strains. Experts say it's like cutting flour into cocaine.
But look, your own farmers around here, or your own middlemen, are putting the Chinese in with your truffles. You're telling us you have to be on guard, not from the Chinese, but from your own people.
Yeah.
And then you're selling them.
I know.
Food importers and middlemen are bringing 28 tons of Chinese truffles into France a year. And many are being passed off as the real thing in some French restaurants. Michel Tournay says he's brought home some slices from his dinners out
Voilà, regarde.
and studied them under a microscope in his lab at home to check their origin.
It does look different.
Tournay has tried to blow the whistle on the restaurants that sell Chinese truffles at French prices, but the police have more important matters on their plate and rarely do anything about it.
28 tons of Chinese truffles come into France every year. Where do they go?
I think I know where they go, but I'm not going to tell you.
If you tell me you're in trouble, is what you're saying. They'll hurt you.
Everybody's in danger in this business.
So we began to look for Chinese truffles ourselves. We found this product that is exported to the U.S. On the front of the can, it says Black Winter Truffles, product of France, while on the back, in small print, it says Tuber indicum, the Latin name for Chinese truffles. When we showed one of the cans to the Urbanis at a kitchen at their headquarters, it seemed to ruin their lunch.
This makes us crazy. This destroys all the tradition of the truffle. It's an entire life that goes in the garbage. It's unbelievable.
American law doesn't require a distinction between varieties of truffles, and this product does sell for considerably less than the best of France. But American consumers are being deceived into thinking they're getting the finest quality at a bargain price. The owner of this brand is Pierre-Jean Pepper.
This is your company, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we found this in the United States.
Yes.
Okay, so this says Black Winter Truffles.
Yes.
But it's Chinese.
It's Chinese, yes. This is the tin. It's a French product. The truffles, if I make the tin in China, it's a Chinese truffles.
I'm stunned.
He was saying that since the truffles are packaged here, he can legally write product of France on the label.
It feels like I'm being tricked into thinking I'm buying French truffles. You know?
Yes, I understand, but...
And there's another problem. Spores from the Chinese truffles are infecting the European soil and taking it over the way the kudzu weed has taken over parts of our own southeast. It began to happen in Italy, so the Italians made importing Chinese truffles illegal, and there's a move in France to do the same.
They are putting into danger the crown jewel of French gastronomy. If one day by accident our plantation starts producing Chinese truffles, we are dead.
The great fear for Michel Tournay and the other trufflers in France is that the Chinese will do to their precious delicacy what they have done to Louis Vuitton bags, produce a knockoff that looks the same but is of lower quality. But in this case, it could just put them out of business.
Laurie Anderson is an artist whose work defies any easy description. She's a pioneer of the avant-garde, but as we learned, that doesn't begin to describe what she creates. Her work isn't sold in galleries, it's experienced by audiences who come to see her perform, singing, telling stories, and playing strange violins of her own invention. She won a Grammy for a chamber music album about Hurricane Sandy, and remains one of America's most unusual and visionary artists. We met at her largest ever U.S. exhibition at the Smithsonian's Hirshhorn Museum earlier this year. Ladies and gentlemen, Laurie Anderson. She's played electronic drums on her body and electric violins that sing and howl. For nearly 5 decades now, she's blended the beautiful and the bizarre.
Days go by.
Challenging audiences with homilies and humor.
Welcome to Difficult Listening Hour.
She blurs boundaries across music, theater, dance, and film.
Oh yeah, strange. This is my dream body.
It's not just audiences that have a hard time defining her work. Laurie Anderson sometimes does as well.
I used to say multimedia artist, and that was ridiculous. Yeah. So multimedia artist is so clumsy. With a gun to my head, I tell stories. And those look like paintings sometimes. They look like, songs. They look like films. They're just stories. What is a story? What is its function? How does it work? Who's telling it? To who?
Oh, Superman.
If you've heard of Laurie Anderson at all, it may be because of this 8-minute-long song she recorded back in 1980. It's eerie and somewhat unsettling, and to her surprise, it became a hit.
This was a song about how basically technology cannot save you.
I first heard it when I was 14. I just was like, what is this? And I still listen to it.
It's about a lot of things: justice, safety, power.
There's always force.
She recorded Oh Superman herself in her apartment in downtown Manhattan.
I had a lot of equipment that would loop things, so I was making a lot of vocal loops. Actually, you have to hit it right at the right spot. So they hawk it and do this. Blah, blah, blah.
This is the hand.
You say, because when love is gone, there's always justice.
Here you go. You can use a vocoder. Here we go. Go ahead.
And when justice is gone, there's always force. And when force is gone, there's always Mom. Hi, Mom. I love that.
You do that very well. You got the job.
The song led to her groundbreaking first album, Big Science.
Well, you don't know me.
Pitchfork said listening to Laurie Anderson's first album is like sitting down with a strange form of life that has been studying us for a long time.
I'd like to meet that writer. I mean, everything is when you actually break it down, bizarre and unlikely. That's my lens, I think. Unlikely.
Laurie Anderson grew up in Glen Ellen, Illinois, where she was one of 8 children. Every weekend, she played violin with the Chicago Youth Symphony and then walked across the street to the Art Institute to study painting.
And it didn't seem different to me to go like this or go like this.
It was the same thing.
Same thing. I would just, is that or is that? Is it
playing the violin or painting?
Colorful enough? Is it cool enough? Is it adventurous enough? Is it right enough? Is it? It's just the same exact thing. All the same questions. And it was just what a hand is doing and what it's making sound over here, it's making color over here.
She came to New York in 1966 and began experimenting with music and short films. But after a while, she thought her work might be better received in Europe.
You wanted to tour in Europe?
I did, yeah. I wrote to about maybe 500, let's say, art centers, saying, planning a tour in the fall. I had no tour. And would you like to be part of that?
With a couple responses, she took off for Italy. That's her in 1975, playing a violin with a tape recorder inside, playing loops so she could duet with herself.
But then when is the concert over? There's no end to a loop. So I thought I need a timing mechanism. So I wore some ice skates with their blades frozen into blocks of ice. So when I'd play until the ice started melting and cracking, and then when I began to lose my balance, I would just stop. That was it. That was the clock.
And you were doing this on the street?
Yeah. Usually in the hottest part of town, because it could take a long time to have these things, the cubes melt.
For years, she was a traveling troubadour, experimenting with sound, light, and stories.
And I've been around the block, but I don't care. I'm on a roll. I'm on a wild ride.
After the unlikely success of Oh Superman, she got an 8-record deal with Warner Brothers. Suddenly, the avant-garde artist was playing on MTV.
That must have been strange to have that kind of commercial success dangled before you.
I knew enough about the pop world to know it was extremely fickle. So I said, okay, I'm not going to be tricked by this.
A chance meeting with a rock and roll legend she'd vaguely heard of changed her life. His name was Lou Reed, and he asked her out.
And we went over to the AES convention at the Javits Center. Super geeky thing to do. We were looking at tube microphones.
So for your first date, you went to the Acoustical Society Engineering Convention. It doesn't sound very romantic.
I didn't think of it as romantic.
You didn't know it was a date?
No, I did not. He said, let's go get a coffee. I said, okay. And I was like, I kind of like this guy. We weren't really apart for 21 years after that.
Wow.
Yeah. He's my best friend.
Sometimes you'd better hang on to your emotion. Hang on to your emotion.
They shared Buddhism, Tai Chi, and boundless creativity, and finally got married in 2008. 5 years later, Lou Reed died after a long battle with liver cancer. You wrote about his death. I've never seen an expression as full of wonder as Lou's as he died. He wasn't afraid. I'd gotten to walk with him to the end of the world. Life, so beautiful, painful, and dazzling, does not get better than that.
Yeah, Lou was a person who had thought about this and had prepared himself for it and was 100% there.
Laurie Anderson still lives in the apartment they shared in the West Village, and every day walks her dog, Little Will, to the studio she's had since the 1970s. When we dropped in on her, she was rehearsing with cellist Ruben Codelli.
And you played...
It's an opera she wrote about Amelia Earhart's doomed attempt to circumnavigate the globe.
She's on this crackly radio and she's going like, I can see you, but I can't hear you. And they're going, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
She's in perpetual motion, playing with technology and images, fascinated by language and sound.
What was really fun about this,
She's working with an Australian university on an artificial intelligence program loaded with everything she's ever written, said, or sung. You can ask it a question or give it a photograph, and the algorithm creates an original poem in the words and speech pattern of Laurie Anderson.
Half of it is really terrible poetry, a quarter of it's kind of interesting, and a quarter of it is really kind of great.
To see how it works, we uploaded a photograph of my newborn son, Sebastian.
Wow. The mouth, the eye, the hand, the face. There's nowhere to go, no place to hide it. It's everywhere. Now that I'm here, I can't believe it's me. Who did this? Who are these people? Why are you here?
I'm like crying. I find this really emotional.
The thing is, it really shows us more that how much of ourselves we put into language. Yeah. There's a story in an ancient play.
Last year, Anderson delivered 6 virtual lectures as the Norden Professor of Poetry at Harvard.
You know, the best way to see the city is at night from the air.
Following in the footsteps of Robert Frost, Leonard Bernstein, and Toni Morrison. Not surprisingly, Anderson's lectures were very different.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, you're in the conga room.
Perhaps the closest anyone can get inside Laurie Anderson's mind is this virtual reality world she created with a collaborator in Taiwan.
It's a world that looks spatial, but it's made of words and drawings.
Whoa! It feels as though you're flying inside a work of art. You've been working with technology for 40 years now. Does it still fascinate you?
Yeah, it does. I'm still a geek. You know? I like it. I don't think I worship it.
It's not the savior that
no.
Some hope.
No. And this was said to me by a cryptologist. If you think technology is going to solve your problems, you don't understand technology and you don't understand your problems. And I like that very much because people just go, oh yeah, that's going to fix it. Really?
Laurie Anderson's largest ever U.S. exhibition is currently on display at the Smithsonian's Hirshhorn Museum on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. It's an odyssey through her singular creative life. This seems very ominous to me.
Good. There's so much flag waving these days, and it becomes quite mechanical in some ways. And I guess I'm terrified of the rise of fascism around the world, frankly.
Wow. In one room, she's painted words and images that seem to explode onto the walls and floor. It's a kind of multi-dimensional sketchbook of her thoughts, dreams, and stories. Did you map this out before you did it?
I should have.
New ideas are built on older works. She first came up with this concept in the 1970s.
This is called Citizens.
I've never seen anything like this. Miniature clay figures with video of people projected onto them. And they all, I feel like, want to kill me.
This one
They're all
does,
sharpening knives.
because I think it's like, people like elves, right? You know, and fairies.
Yeah.
So I think that's for me is the fascination of.
These are some badass fairies. I mean, from miniatures to monuments.
We didn't see the sun, we didn't see the fresh air for weeks.
In another room, another story. This one told by a giant video projection of Muhammad El-Garani, held for 7 years in Guantanamo as a teenager without charge until a judge released him.
For me, I gave this person a megaphone to say, it's your turn, what do you have to say? This is not about my opinions of what happened here. This is Muhammad El-Garani's story.
Laurie Anderson is 74 now and still conjuring up new stories and new ways to tell them.
I'm not an artist to make the world a better place. This is not my goal, at all, except like secretly.
Just very quietly, that's your goal?
Quietly, because I really love beautiful things, because it's thrilling to put your mind somewhere else and be somewhere that you could never have imagined, and then suddenly you're imagining it, and then you're there. It's magic.
Joel Sartori, an acclaimed National Geographic photographer, is a man on a mission. He's trying to photograph every species, every animal, bird, fish, reptile, and insect in captivity. Sartori sides with scientists who estimate half the species alive today could be extinct by the end of this century. So he travels to zoos around the world to take pictures of what we're losing and to ignite conservation efforts to prevent extinctions. He calls his project the Photo Ark. On this ark, the animals go in one by one.
He's beautiful, isn't he?
To catch Joel Sartori in action, we flew halfway around the world to the Philippines, home to hundreds of unique species.
Flew 20 hours to get here.
Mm-hmm.
And you came all this way to take a picture of a Palawan stink badger.
Absolutely, absolutely. Boy, is he stinky. He's smaller than a skunk, but smells worse.
He's part badger, part skunk, and he fired a reeking rocket after he entered the photo cage.
How could something that cute be that stinky?
It smelled so terrible that the next animal to leave the red carpet and head into the photo cage, a rare Palawan binturon, took one whiff, smelled stink badger stink, and backed out. Sartori said he should have photographed the stink badger last, but the little stinker is a pungent prize.
There's nobody else coming along to photograph a stink badger. I'm the only one. And that's the case for 90% of the species I photograph, maybe 95%. These are things that nobody will ever know existed if it weren't for the Photo Ark. If they could just see how beautiful this thing is, they would care.
Let's get that other light.
Joel cares so much, he spends half the year traveling the world. We saw him work 12-hour days in stifling, humid, 100-degree heat.
Okay, let's switch to white.
It was tough for us just watching him build pop-up studios, switching between backdrops of black and white.
Why did you decide to use either black or white backgrounds?
There are no distractions in these pictures. It's just the animal and you. And that animal's often looking you in the eye.
That's when it all works. Here's what happened years ago when Joel tried to photograph a chimp. He spent more than an hour taping up the white background.
So now doesn't this look nice?
More than an hour for this. Animals can be frustrating and dangerous, like this fierce Luzon warty pig, found only on a few Philippine islands. Handlers had herded him into a makeshift photo pen. Joel got as close as he dared, lying in a trough usually used for pig waste.
The tusks are sharp, the hooves are sharp.
You know what? I'm concentrating. I got a lot to do.
Beyond the tusks and hooves, this pig packs a mean temper. You've heard the expression, when pigs fly? Watch.
Like a cow jumping over the moon, except it was a pig. Let's see if I got it. I've never had that happen, ever. Be sharp, you can see him. We're done. That's good. Yes. We got our picture. We don't ever need to photograph this species again. All right, yeah, let's
But
get
then there was Trixie, perhaps the world's sweetest orangutan. We met her not far from the mean-spirited pig at the Avalon Zoo outside Manila.
And we're just gonna let her see the flash. So far, so good.
The key question, would Trixie move in front of the white background?
Do you think she would want to stand over there? We'll get her picture.
She's amazing.
Awesome, look at that.
Oh, sweet girl.
It's like a cover girl.
If she lays down to look at you, you get down with her. You just lay down on the ground and eye level. She was completely calm.
Later, Sartori showed us his favorite Trixie shots at National Geographic headquarters in Washington.
So what do you think she's thinking?
I think she was just thinking, you know, is there a banana in this somewhere for me? A mango? Let's go in there and get her on black. Very nice, very nice. I like the one on white better, I think. It's more direct. It's more like she's involved. She's a partner in the process. Hold.
I put my hand out. I wasn't quite sure she was going to take it, but she did.
Yeah, it's soft.
And it was soft.
Yeah.
That was an amazing experience.
Yeah.
What makes a great picture?
Emotion. That's what you look for in any great photograph.
What's emotion in an animal?
Moment. We're looking for the eyes. Humans we're primates and we're really, really responsive to eyes. We're all about eye contact.
But you shoot them like they're models.
We do, like they're going in for their high school senior portrait.
Sartori shoots birds in tents so they won't fly away. This white-crowned hornbill posed like a preening pro. Completely different from Joel's first attempt to shoot this species back in the States.
And ready?
Yeah. So this lady, her name is Jen, not a bashful bird at all. Ow! What she didn't tell me is that bird is such a badass. He attacks her when he goes in to feed him. This is gonna be one of those things where I'm back here. So I said, can you put that bird in my tent? She went, sure I can. This is like a $6,000 camera. Doesn't he know that?
Hey.
Ow! God. That's my blood right there.
That's why he wanted to shoot a calm hornbill in the Philippines.
Very nice bird. Up.
But here, the red rat snake kept attacking.
God, they're real lungy, aren't they?
Yeah. Fortunately, he's not venomous.
Yeah.
Since he bit our cameraman, Mark Laganga.
He bit you! I enjoy seeing the 60 Minutes cameraman get bit instead of me.
But the next snake was extremely venomous.
Is that the spitter?
Yeah. The Palawan spitting cobra can blind you if it spits in your eye, and it can spit 10 feet.
Okay.
That's why Joel wore goggles. But watch how close he gets to this cobra.
I always thought when they had their hood out like that meant danger.
Well, he's reacting to us. We're like skyscrapers to this guy. So he's going to stand up and look as big as he can. They have a space prepped already.
In zoos, Sartori can shoot more than 20 species in one day. In the wild, it could take several days to get one good shot. Now, with natural habitats vanishing, some species can only be found in zoos.
A lot of them only exist in zoos. They have these captive breeding programs for some of the rarest animals in the world. So when people say, well, they're down on zoos, well, they haven't seen a good zoo and they don't know the conservation effect of good zoos.
Sartori spent his first 16 years at National Geographic taking pictures in the field. He scored numerous magazine covers and endured various hardships.
Yeah, that's me. That's on Alaska's North Slope. I wanted to show the insect load up there, and also I hadn't made a good picture in 3 days. And so the editors here will say, Joel, we can't publish your excuses.
The mosquitoes, though, my God.
Yeah,
That's
there's
incredible.
a lot. Yeah, my feet itched for a long time.
He came up with the photo arc idea after his wife developed breast cancer.
That's my son Cole and my wife Kathy. She went on chemo for 9 months, and I was grounded. I was home for a year. So I was really worried she was not going to make it, but we all made it through. She's fine today. It's been 13 years, which is
Wonderful.
great. It really does make you appreciate how limited our time is.
So the cancer changed all of your lives.
Yeah, and started the photo arc. It was a desperate last-ditch effort to use my life for something that's worthwhile, something that could save nature.
In the Bible, the ark saves all the creatures on earth.
Yeah.
Is that your goal?
Giddy up. You bet.
What makes you think you can save them with a photo?
We can reach more people now than ever because we can post to National Geographic Instagram and Facebook and reach over 100 million people and do it again and again and again.
His latest pictures are published periodically, and they've appeared on the Empire State Building and the Vatican.
Yeah, the site of St. Peter's Basilica. The Pope was sitting there watching, which was awesome.
We flew with Joel to the Philippine island of Negros. Here, vast forests were cut for timber, robbing wildlife of vital habitat.
Now there's hardly any lowland forest left, less than 5% here.
Negros has its own type of critically endangered warty pig. This mother was saved from a hunter's snare. In the zoo, she's helping to save her species.
She's got her babies. You can see that bridle marking on her snout. That's really definitive. Really see her well.
Oh, yeah, that's beautiful.
I think these are going to be on the ground.
Joel, who spends so much time away from home, brought his daughter Ellen on this trip.
So what do you think of what he's doing?
I think it's extraordinary what you're doing.
Really?
I do.
Oh, you're going to make me cry.
Don't cry.
I've never heard you say that. You do?
Yeah.
But he is gone all the time.
He hasn't been to the last 7 of my birthdays, just because my birthday is in migration season. So he's
migration season.
That's true.
So
that's
he's gone.
a birthday
Yeah.
buster, huh?
The next day, Sartori showed us a beetle he had spotted.
I think he'd be worth putting in the photo arc.
A species he hadn't shot before.
So there's nothing too small for you, huh?
Nothing too small. If you can see it with your eyes, we'll photograph it.
How big is this guy?
That guy is the size of a grain of rice.
Tiny.
Yeah, tiny.
So every animal fills up your frame.
That's right. He's
small or large.
He's as big as a polar bear.
Why do you do that?
Because it gives them all equal say, equal voice. The big charismatic mammals get all the ink. They get all the press. The gorillas and the rhinos and the tigers. Nobody's thinking about these little guys. I am.
Sartori shot another little guy, believed to be the very last member of a now extinct species.
That's the last Rab's fringed limb frog.
What's that like, knowing that this animal will not exist anymore shortly after you take the picture?
Well, does it make me sad? Sure. But does it inspire me to go out and keep working like I do? Absolutely. We put this together in my office. This just shows you what rodents can look like and what parrots look like. Biodiversity in a glance. Just primates.
Wow.
And we've done a lot more since then. We can go out farther and farther and farther. Hundreds of species, thousands of species. Just amphibians. There's so much diversity, but you'd never know it. You'd never know it.
So you've been doing this how long now?
12 years.
How many species have you photographed?
8,255, but who's counting?
You're about halfway through.
Yeah.
And you're how old now?
55, almost 56. Tick, 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 tick. Just as loud as that 60 minutes stopwatch, baby.
Time's running out.
It is. But you know, at least my life will be spent doing something that's hopefully mattered to the world.
"60 Minutes is constantly on the lookout for places we've never been before. So when our late colleague Bob Simon heard about a magical place in the Hebrides Islands off the coast of Scotland, known for making some of the great whiskies in the world, well, the story spoke to him. The place is called Islay, and it's one of 5 whiskey-producing regions in Scotland that make an expensive type of Scotch called single malt. Islay's distilleries turn out relatively small amounts of their own handcrafted brands for a worldwide luxury market that's more than doubled in size in the last decade and become the spirit equivalent of the fine wine business. Bob liked good Scotch and beautiful places, so he went off to Scotland. He died before he could finish the piece, leaving behind a stack of videotapes and some random notes. We decided to finish it for him and raise a glass in his memory. Islay is a small island 20 miles off the west coast of Scotland. There are few trees, miles of windswept heather, and some of the most fertile agricultural land in Scotland. There are sheep and cattle everywhere and an abundance of wildlife. But that's not why people come here. This is 8 small distilleries that produce some of the world's finest single malt whiskeys.
This is the whole lifeblood of this island and everybody on it. This is all we know.
Jim McEwen has been working at Islay's distillery since he was 15 years old. He's now master of the works at Bruichladdich.
I just thank God that he chose the Scots and gave them whiskey, because we appreciate the gift and we look after it.
They've been making it here since the 15th century, when supposedly some monks taught the locals how to use barley, water, and yeast to make a spirit the Scots now call the water of life. They've been perfecting it for 600 years. The distilleries are easy to find, but hard to pronounce. Ardbeg, Bamore, Bruichladdich, Bunnahabhain, Colilla, Kilchoman, Lagavulin, and Lefroy. As Bob Simon noted, they get harder to pronounce the more you visit.
For us guys on the west coast of Scotland, whiskey is a religion because it's a provider. And the great thing about whiskey is not just a drink, it's much more than that. Have you ever watched some old Hollywood movies?
Yes, I have.
Scotch was always portrayed in Hollywood as a whiskey when you were down or you were in trouble. The one thing that was going to get you back on your feet and out there was a Scotch.
Today, if you're down on your luck, you probably can't afford an Islay single malt. The good ones start at around $70 a bottle. The rare ones can go for hundreds of dollars a glass at chic whiskey bars around the world, where they're known for their distinctive smoky taste. It comes from peat, the mossy earthen fuel that's cut from bogs on the island. It was used to heat Scottish homes for centuries and is still used to toast the barley at Islay distilleries. John Campbell is the master distiller at Lefroy, one of the top-selling single malts in America.
Peat is the thing that makes Islay unique, and it really resonates with people, and it just engenders a kind of love-hate relationship, and the people that love it absolutely love it with a passion.
And there seems to be no shortage of them. Islay is not easy to get to, usually requiring multiple flights, a long drive, and a 2-hour ferry ride. Yet enthusiasts continue to make the pilgrimage, especially for the Whiskey Festival.
We get literally thousands upon thousands of single malt tourists coming here. They come from all over the world just to set foot on Islay.
To study it?
No, to drink it. It's lovely. It's clean, it's fresh, it's vibrant.
Officially, Whiskey Fest is a celebration of Islay's culture, but mostly it's about drinking.
Absolutely beautiful. No off notes at all.
As they listen to Jim McEwen extol the virtues of Bruichladdich, the novitiates, connoisseurs, and whiskey snobs approached each glass with reverence bordering on the religious.
Oh, wow. The fruit in that is incredible.
As the glasses empty, the smiles got bigger. But the Islanders will tell you that all of this warmth and good feeling comes not from the alcohol in the spirits, but from the spirit of the place. It is almost mystical, beautiful, dramatic, and quiet. There's no road rage, barely any traffic. If you do get hung up, it's probably because of a farm animal. They have the right of way. And if you do happen upon people, they'll almost always greet you with the Islay wave.
So everybody just waves because it's just friendly. There's not so many of us, so you just wave to say hi.
It's what Ailsa Hayes liked about the island when she moved her family here from London to take a manager's position at one of Islay's thriving distilleries.
It's strange, is it not, that such a small place with so few people, your products are known everywhere in the world.
I know, but it makes us all very proud. It does. There's such a boom worldwide for single malts. It's fantastic, and you can really feel that on the island. A lot of the distilleries have doubled production, and so there's a lot of opportunities there as well.
And there's no reason to believe that that won't continue.
Well, times are good, people drink. Times are bad, people drink.
Is it possible to be socially acceptable to be a teetotaler on this island?
Yes.
Are there any?
Yes. No, I'm not one of them.
Over the years, the island's people have learned how to entertain themselves, often at gatherings called ceilidhs, which feature traditional dance and sad songs, mostly about leaving Isla and yearning to return.
To sit with my love on the bridge above the rippling waterfall, to go back home, never more to roam, is my dearest wish of all.
If this looks and feels a lot like Ireland, that's no coincidence. It's only 25 miles away. They come from the same tribe, share the same Celtic culture and Gaelic language, not to mention a love of good whiskey that gets them through stormy weather and the long winter nights. There are no movie theaters on Island, no dry cleaners, no supermarkets, no McDonald's, at least in the fast food business. Jim McEwen says there's a long list of things that Isla doesn't have and doesn't want.
We don't have any crime. We don't have mugging, carjacking, housebreaking, rape, just dope, drugs. We don't have that. You can keep that. You're very welcome to it.
How do you explain the fact that there's no crime here? There's crime everywhere else.
If you commit a crime in a small community, you will be ostracized and have to leave. Not only that, your family, your children and your children's children will be remembered as the children of the man who committed the crime.
Most Scots are forthright, practical people who are proud of their country and the fact that their most famous export has withstood the test of time. They see themselves as artisans, and making whiskey is more about art and alchemy than manufacturing. Every distiller has their own secrets and superstitions. We'll give you the unclassified 2-minute tour. Sorry, we can't offer you free samples. It begins with a bit of trickery on the malting floor, when barley that's been soaked in water is spread out and raked over and over to convince the grain it's spring and time to germinate, releasing the starches that are locked inside. It's then dried with peat smoke to add flavor and ground into flour, sometimes with 19th century machinery, and then mixed with hot water, transforming the starches into a sugary concoction called mash.
Smell that, Bob?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that, you can smell the goodness.
Yeast is then added, changing the sugar into alcohol, a primitive ale, which is then cooked a couple of times in copper stills, where the vapor is collected and condensed into this clear liquid.
And that's the stuff we want to go into the barrel.
But what I'm looking at is this looks like rubbing alcohol. This is, in fact, the whiskey.
It's very good. If you need a rub, there's no doubt about it.
I bet it would be good. But once it goes into the barrel, from then it's just time.
It's just time. And it's a great journey, you know. This is a child, but the cask is the mother. And that's what makes the journey. If you give a good cask, you're bound to get a good child. It's that simple.
It takes less than 3 weeks to make, but requires at least 10 years of aging in these oak casks, which add flavor and color to turn it into world-class single malt whiskey.
You'll see some of the names. There's Clement Springs, Buffalo Trace, Jim Beam.
Bob was surprised to learn that 97% of the casks used to make single malt whiskey had been previously used to age American bourbon and bought secondhand from U.S. distillers. It's testimony to the ingenuity and frugality of the Scots, who have very few oak trees.
Without the American barrel, there would be no whiskey industry. It's as simple as that.
A sophisticated palate will detect a hint of the oak and bourbon in Isla's single malt, as well as the sweetness of sherry that comes from wine casks bought in Europe. Before the final product is sold, it will have done time in a number of different casks. Master distiller Jim McEwen is the one who decides when to rotate them and when each barrel is ready to be bottled. He opened a young cask for Bob to sample.
I would describe that as mellow yellow. absolutely pure.
And it's only 7 years old.
That's right. Young whiskies are like young people. They're vibrant, they're full of life. In fact, this for me is like coming home from work. At the end of the day, I work really hard. Nobody appreciates me. My wife doesn't appreciate me. My kids don't appreciate me. Life's a bitch.
Couple of glasses of that and it doesn't matter.
A couple of shots of that and I am the king of the world.
Absolutely. You know, frankly, I never liked this stuff, but the way you're talking me into it.
But you got to check every barrel.
I certainly hope so. Cheers.
McEwen is the man responsible for the taste and consistency of the whiskeys at Bruichladdich, which requires a very personal involvement with the product.
I have heard you described as the cask whisperer.
I do talk to casks, there's no doubt about it.
In what language?
Mainly English, and it depends how many whiskies I've had. If I've had a few whiskies, I tend to revert to the Gaelic language, so I'm talking to the cask. It's just one of these things, you go into the warehouse and you pop the bung out, you draw your sample, yeah, and you look at it and you think, wow, you're beautiful. But you're not just ready yet. Tell you what, I'm going to come back and see you in 3 months, okay? And other times you find a cask which is so incredibly good, you can't not speak. You say, oh my God, you are the most beautiful thing I have ever tasted in my life. You know, and you think, oh jeez, I just want to share this with somebody. But there's nobody around, there's just me and the cask.
We'll stay.
On most days, McEwen devotes several hours to quality control, checking up on several hundred casks.
But it's a fantastic job, nosing and tasting whiskies.
And you can still walk out of here in the evening?
Occasionally I need some help, there's no doubt about that, yeah.
Dying devotion to one's whiskey is apparently not all that unusual. While we were on Islay, the camera crew ran into a party of Canadians, the friends and family of a deceased single malt lover named Bill, who wanted his ashes scattered in the waters opposite his favorite distillery. Funds for the pilgrimage were set aside in his will.
That's what I wanted. It's good, it's good. To Bill.
Bill, Angela.
Now he's happy. Now he's happy.
After that, the only thing left was for Bob to say goodbye to Jim McEwen, and it turned out to be last call for our old pal, Bob Simon.
Cheers, Bob. Hope you've enjoyed this little visit here.
You're speaking in the past, it's not over.
Yeah, I'm going to get you out of here, man. This is you're costing me a fortune.